Okay, so good morning. It's 10:05 and I'm opening the hearing. My name's Jane Smith and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the hearing. I'll get into the sort of formal introduction to the appeal and so on in a sec, but let's just go through a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, can everybody hear me? Give me a nod or a thumbs up or something. Good start. Although we're virtual, so we shouldn't be disturbed too much. Can everyone make sure that any mobile phones, landlines, alarms on the computers and so on are switched off or silenced? And just be aware that we can see what's going on behind you. I think everyone's used to this enough now that probably goes without saying. Just to keep the sort of audibility going, if you're not actually speaking, can I ask you to mute? If you're using a headset, Mr. Battams, I see you are. I mean, mine has noise cancelling on, and generally it's not necessary to mute because that cuts out any background noise. So I will probably not mute because otherwise I'll keep forgetting to unmute myself. If you're getting any background noise, just say. When you want to speak, it's helpful if you can use the raise hand function if you're wanting to chip in. Does everybody know where that is if they need it? Good. Can I ask that people don't use the chat function on this meeting? I'm not sure if it's enabled or not, but obviously everyone can see that. If you need to talk to each other, if you're in different rooms, find a different way of doing that if possible, but don't use the chat on the hearing channel. And obviously this is a formal event. We would ideally not be interrupted, as we wouldn't be if we were in a council chamber or meeting room or whatever. Having said that, if something happens that you absolutely have to deal with, obviously be aware that the rest of us won't necessarily know. So just let us know if you need to take a moment because something's happening at your end. If we have any IT problems, if anyone loses their connection, I'll do what I just did then and just adjourn for 5 minutes so that people can check what's going on and come back in 5 minutes later and see where we are. Likewise, if I drop out, I will do the same. I'll sort of restart and come back in. Obviously, the council's hosting. Mr. Ford, are you sort of here hosting? Do I gather? Who should we contact if there is a technical issue? Right. Okay. Okay, but we have you available if there's any technical things. Great. Okay. I mean, my Wi-Fi connection and so on is good. It's generally pretty reliable. But if we do get a major disruption and everything falls apart, I will adjourn. I will talk to my case officer and we'll get a message through to you about what's happening. Hopefully that will not occur, but just in case. In terms of timing, just to give people screen breaks, I'll aim to take a break about hourly for a screen break. If you really need a break between those times, you can let me know with the raise hands. And when we do take a break, I will leave the meeting entirely so that I'm not overhearing any sort of chat between you, and I will come back in at the time we've agreed. Obviously, I will ask Mr. Ford to make sure that the meeting stays open so that I don't get locked out, so that it's still running for the whole time. I'll let everyone else take a view on whether you take yourselves right out of the meeting or just mute and switch your cameras off while we're taking a break. And just, I mean, I think everyone's probably quite used to virtual events now, but just to bear in mind, obviously, one of the issues is we don't see each other's sort of body language. We can't see what else is going on. You can only see my head and shoulders. and I need to be taking notes. I'll probably need to be looking at documents. So if I'm looking away, I've got another screen over there that I might use. I've got sort of documents on my desk. So please don't feel like I'm being rude if I'm not looking at you. I will be listening, and I need to just make sure I get that balance between listening and making sure I've got a record of what's been said. So any questions or concerns about the technicalities of running the event before we get into the meat of it? Good. Right. OK. So in terms of a sort of formal introduction to the hearing, my name's Jane Smith. I'm a chartered town planner, and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this hearing and determine the appeal, which is by Mr. and Mrs. Will Pope, and it results from the decision of Wealdon District Council to refuse planning permission for erection of a temporary mobile home for rural workers to support and manage the Ten Ponds Fishery business, with associated works including erection of retaining wall. And the site address is 10 acres, Halland Park Farm, Eastbourne Road, Halland, East Sussex, BN8 6RB. So can the council and appellants confirm that's all correct in terms of the description and site address and so on? Great, good. The hearing will be a structured discussion, which I'll lead based on an agenda, which I've circulated, and we'll come to that shortly. And the purpose of the event is to help me get the information I need to make my decision, and to allow all of you to put forward your points of view. Before we get into that, there's a few formalities that I need to go through. So first of all, can I just confirm that I know who's appearing? So for the appellant, we have Robert Gifford von Schiller. Is that correct? You appear to be mute. It doesn't say you're muted, but I can't hear you.
Is that better?
I can hear you, but it's very, very quiet.
Hang on a minute. See if I can resolve this. Is that any better? Is that louder?
A little. Is there any more volume?
Hang on. It's just throwing me out, so I'm going back, but coming back in. Hang on. Telling me someone will let me in short.
We now appear to have two of you.
Heaven forbid.
I think we're seeing you in one window and hearing you in another.
Do you mind if I go back? I'll come back in.
Yeah, do.
Okay.
So we can see you at the moment, so you haven't gone right out.
Okay, how's the volume now? Does that all seem to work? Can you hear me?
It's fairly quiet, but I can hear you. Can everybody else hear okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, just about there.
Keep as close as you can, I think.
Just trying to. I'm not very computer literate, so
that's okay. I can hear that. Okay.
But if you can hear me, that should be all right now.
That sounds okay to me. I'm hearing you. I think you need to raise your voice a little bit, but that was clear enough then when you were speaking.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So, do you want to introduce yourself and your sort of role in the appeal properly?
I'm a land agent, and I specialise in farm diversification projects. Have done so since I initially qualified as a surveyor way back in 1990 something.
Right.
And I've been acting for Will and Julie.
Okay, thank you. And it's Robert Gifford von Schiller. If I want to say Mr. Is it Mr. von Schiller? Mr. Schiller?
Mr. Schiller is fine.
Is Mr. Schiller fine? Thank you. Great. Okay. And your clients are Mr. and Mrs. Pope. Do you want to? So can I?
you.
Hi. So I've got Mr. and Mrs. Will Pope. I can also see Julie Davis Pope there. So how,
Yeah,
Mrs. Pope?
it's
How do
just-
you want?
Just Pope is fine.
Just
Yeah.
Pope.
But
Okay.
just all, yeah.
That's fine. It's just on the decision letter, there will be a list of those who appear. So
That's
if I
fine.
stick with Mr. and Mrs. Pope, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the council?
Oh, yeah, so I'm Andrew Battens, Senior Planning Officer for Wealdon.
Thank you. Okay, and we have Mr. Ford here in a technical capacity, but not joining in with the discussion. Is that's right? Okay. Technical support. Thank you. Right. Okay. So we have no interested parties on the call. I'm taking it that we have no one from the press, unless anyone's multitasking today. Mr. Ford, did you mention that you are live streaming the event? Okay. Can I check whether anyone's got any concerns about being seen on the live stream?
No.
We okay?
No.
No.
Right, okay. Right. So in terms of the procedures for the appeal, I've seen the council's notification letters. So I've seen a letter on the 30th of May saying that the appeal had been submitted. I've seen a letter from the 17th of July with the date, time and arrangements for the hearing. So I've checked those and I'm happy that all the publicity and so on is in order. I've got the representations that were made at the time of the application. So I think there was just one representation from the parish council. Can I check? Can someone from the council translate for me? The parish council mentioned AOC, and they've said subject to an AOC. What is that?
That would be the acronym for agricultural occupancy conditions.
Occupancy conditions. Right. I was trying to think agricultural advice, agricultural consultant. AOS, of course it is. Right, okay. I've seen no additional representations at appeal stage. I did note we had a bit of correspondence about Historic England. So I have noted that I think the council's appeal questionnaire said that Historic England hadn't been notified, but actually they had. That's to do with the fact that there's a grade 2 star listed building nearby. I know that wasn't one of the reasons for refusal, but I've just established that they were notified, and I've also noted that they didn't send any comments in. So thanks for clearing that up. And I will obviously take the representations that have been received into account when I make my decision. So as we're meeting virtually, I haven't yet been to the site, obviously. I have handled a few appeals in Wealdon, including in the sort of Upfield, Heathfield, Hailsham area, written reps appeals. So I'm sort of broadly familiar with the geography and some of the landscape characteristics that have been mentioned, but obviously I haven't been to the site itself. We'll have the site inspection tomorrow, as has been arranged. So, and is it still correct, Mr. Schiller? Is it still correct that you're elsewhere, so you won't be on the site visit?
Yes.
But
And Will's going to be there tomorrow.
right. Okay. Great. So, particularly because Mr. Schiller can't be at the site visit, I will aim to make sure we cover anything that actually needs discussing on the call today. It may be that I need Mr. Pope to point things out, sort of point me in the right direction and just orientate me on the site and point out features, but we'll not be carrying on the discussion of the issues while we're on site. And we'll confirm the arrangements for meeting and so on at the end of the discussion today. I will be inviting a discussion about what conditions would be appropriate if I was to allow the appeal. I'm sure you understand that's without prejudice to the council's case. It doesn't mean I've made up my mind. It just means I want to be sure sort of what I would need to be considering from that point of view if I were to be minded to allow the appeal. And for that bit of the discussion, I'll refer to the conditions that are in the statement of common ground that's been circulated. So I'll work my way through those. So when we get to that point, it would be useful if people had that available. And I've got a few questions about one or two of those that I want to raise. I have noted, Mr. Shelley, you sent through an updated nature space certificate a few days ago, which is dated 24th of July, which is relevant to the conditions. Has the council had sight of that as well?
Yep,
Yeah,
received that, yes.
Okay. And am I correct in my understanding there is no planning obligation being submitted to be considered? No Section 106 agreement, unilateral undertaking, anything like that? Okay. Thank you. So I've not been advised of any intended applications for costs. I'm not soliciting any, but if there are any to be made, that would need to be done on the call today before I close the hearing and before the site visit, and I would let you know when. Which probably brings us to the agenda. So I circulated an agenda on Friday by email. Has everybody received that? It's on two pages.
Yep.
Right, okay. So I will just check the main issues. I've identified on the agenda 3 main issues, which I'll just read out. First of all, whether there's an essential need for a rural worker to live on the site. Secondly, the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area. And thirdly, whether the statutory requirement for biodiversity net gain is capable of being successfully discharged. I'm aware that there were actually 2 reasons for refusal, and I've put 3 main issues. It may be that the first 2 about the rural need and the character and appearance sort of end up being a single main issue on the decision. They're both derived from the same policy, but for purposes of the discussion today, I felt it was quite useful to separate out those elements of the discussion. Has anyone got any questions or concerns about the main issues as defined on the agenda? No? Good. And then, so that's items 2, 3 and 4 effectively. And then under item 5, I've got a few other considerations. So I've listed the effect on the setting of the listed buildings. Habitats regulations, just want to check whether there's been any relevant changes since the application was determined. And an opportunity to discuss any benefits that we've not already discussed and the planning balance with reference to paragraph 11D in the framework and core strategy policy WCS 14. So that's to do with the council's housing supply position and the extent to which I need to be going through that planning balance process. Just a quick word about the other considerations. Those are things mostly that I feel I would need to cover off in the decision. So particularly in terms of the listed buildings, I'm aware you've had a previous decision and a previous hearing where the setting of listed buildings was a main issue, and I'm aware of the inspector's conclusions in that case. So it's not that I'm aiming to open a can of worms on that front, but obviously if I was to allow the appeal, there's a statutory duty on me to consider the setting of listed buildings, and there's some things that I would like to understand to just help me make sure that I've done that properly when we get to that part of the discussion. So that's the reason for putting that on the agenda. And then planning conditions and costs if there's any applications. So any comments or concerns about the agenda, whether it covers everything, whether there's anything that you're unclear about? Nope. Good. Thank you. So in terms of how we'll go through it, I've got some questions on each item on the agenda. I'd say that the meat of the questions probably is on the first main issue, the rural need and the fishery business, and sort of understanding all that. I'll generally ask for contributions from one side of the discussion and then turn to the other. And I think particularly on the first issue where we're talking about the fishery business and the need, I'll have a few questions for the appellants to help me understand the business and the operations. And I will make sure I turn to the council so probably after a bit of discussion for a reaction. So that's how I probably broadly see that part of the discussion going. I'm not inviting or expecting formal presentations of your cases. I've read your statements, I've read the representations. There's no need to repeat what's in there. The questions are aimed to be focused at on the points where I need further clarification. It might not cover absolutely everything that's been raised. That doesn't mean that I'm not taking everything into account. But equally, if you think there's a point that I've really not brought up in questioning, do feel free to let me know. And if I'm moving on before you feel you've said enough, just let me know as well, and use the hand. That's probably where the hands up feature comes in. If you need to say, hang on a minute, I want to say some more. And I will generally abide by the convention that the appellant gets the final word in each stage of the discussion to wrap things up. Okay, so that's how we're going to go through things. Just a few points on the written evidence to make sure everyone's got sight of the same things. So in response to my pre-hearing note, the council has sent me through a plan showing the routes of the public rights of way that are to either side of the site. I've got a copy of the previous appeal decision that was about a year ago, which I know you had all seen, but I hadn't. So just so I've got a copy of that in front of me. And I asked the council also to clarify which proposed site layout I should be looking at, and I believe it's the one labelled drawing 3. So has everybody sort of seen that correspondence, including the plan of the rights of way and so on?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then I've also had from the appellant side, so Mr. Schiller, as we just said, you've sent through the updated nature space certificate. My case officer also asked for the April 2023 preliminary ecological appraisal, which hadn't come through, but I believe was before the council when the application was considered. So just to clarify that I've now got a copy of that. I'm not inviting any additional evidence. Obviously, it's rather difficult anyway when we're virtual, but is there anything that anyone needs to bring to my attention in terms of evidence that hasn't previously been cited?
I don't know. It's just that after considering the application and the changes to the NPF introduction of grey belt, I was wondering whether the site would be deemed as a grey belt site anyway. In theory, to have permission for 9 ponds, fishing ponds, technically need consent, but the problem is my balance of this is that it was a fishery in 1880 something, so it's probably not applicable today.
So is your question whether the site is green belt?
Well, whether the site would be deemed grey belt.
Oh, grey belt.
Because in theory, and it was only as we've always sort of had, although because the fisheries were they weren't consented because it was pre-1948 anyway. Yeah. Was to go before, if someone was to do it nowadays, in theory, the site would need planning. So whether it was deemed as grey belt or whether it's previously developed land, and that was one of the questions always raised, because a lot of the recent appeals involved in have asked me to comment on the paragraph 154, whether that's applicable here or not. And it was just, if it's not, then fine. There was just one point that I thought might raise just in case.
Okay, so can I check with Mr. Battams? As far as I know, the site is not greenbelt.
Yeah, that's correct. The site is definitely not greenbelt. We don't have any in Wealdon.
Okay. My understanding is grey belt is only applicable within land that is green belt, so that change is relevant to green belt land and not to other land in the countryside. So I think the answer is that those changes are not relevant to this appeal, unless anyone knows specifically otherwise.
Oh, no, I was just going to ask whether there was any green belt around, but it hasn't come up, and I haven't mentioned it, but I thought I'll just mention it because there's a huge amount going on. People keep on commenting whether something's previously developed land or whether it's belt or all the rest of it, and it seems to be a constant change in legislation at the moment.
So I mean, I haven't asked about any of that because my understanding is it's not green belt. I think Mr. Batham's just confirmed there isn't any green belt in Wealdon. So can we take it that that's not something we need to discuss? Okay, thank you. I mean, equally, based on the issues that are in front of me and having had a look at the previous appeal, I wasn't seeing that there was any issue about whether the ponds are established, authorised, or whatever. We are looking at the mobile home proposal as opposed to the existing use of the site. Is that a fair understanding from the council's point of view?
Yes, that's our understanding.
Yeah, okay. So it's the mobile home we're looking at as opposed to the wider fishery business. Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Let me just make a note of that. Can I turn to the plans? So I've got all the plans that are listed in the plans condition that you've put in the statement of common grounds. So I've got the site location plan, which is number 247210. I don't know whether I can actually show that now. It's going to go all weird because I've got that background up. So I've got that site location plan.
Yeah.
I've got 3 plans of the mobile home plan, internal plan. I've got elevations, and I've got I was going so well. Side elevations.
Yeah.
I've got the drawing 3 that we've just referred to. So the proposed site layout that says drawing 3 in the bottom right hand corner. And I've also got the plan that's impact plan for Great Crested Newt district licensing, the coloured plan like that. So those are all ones that are listed on the conditions. Can I just also check? I've got an existing site layout plan, so that's labelled drawing 1, and it shows the contours of the site and the trees and a cross section through the site at the bottom. That came in with the application. I'm taking it. I've got a David Archer Associates plan that shows
Yeah.
the location of the ponds. There we go.
Yeah.
Was
that part of the application?
Yeah, that was, for the ecologist.
Obviously, it's not proposed plans.
No,
but,
that was the ecologist.
That was part of the ecologist. And then I've got 2 other proposed site layout plans. I mean, you're not going to be able to tell the difference on the screen. So I've got 2 other proposed site layout plans, one of which just says proposed site layout top corner and shows the mobile home between the trees. And then I've got one very similar but labelled drawing 2. And then I've got drawing 3.
3, yeah.
I think
so,
2 had the did it?
Yeah, one's got the cesspit on it.
Like they
Yes,
wanted.
it does have
Yeah,
the
so
cesspits
that's
on
so
it.
they. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that was the same, but with the cesspit.
Right.
the-
Okay. So can I understand the drawing 3 that I've been told is the current proposed site layout? The siting of the mobile home is slightly different from that drawing
Yes.
2. It's a bit further up the hill.
Yeah.
So at
Not
what
our
point?
choice.
Not our choice.
Right. But what point was that change made? Was that during
right.
this application?
Yeah, this application just before the official
Refusal.
come.
Okay.
Mr. Bantam doesn't want it down on the
Low
original-
down.
where we put it to hide the building. He wants it up further so it can be seen, and then refused again, I'd have thought.
Okay. So drawing 3 is the one I'm looking at, and there
Yeah.
was a change while the application was in. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Battams, can you explain from the council's side of things?
Yes, there was a change. The reason we thought a change was that the red line for the site location plan identifies the site area as being within the more central part of the paddock, whereas drawing 2 was inconsistent with that defined application site area. So drawing 2 was showing the proposal caravan closer to the water's edge than was actually showing with the actual site location plan. So
Okay, so was it a question of consistency with the red line on the
Yes.
location plan?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm understanding that drawing 3 is the one I'm looking at. The reason I'm sort of pressing it is because I need to understand whether I am looking at the same siting as the previous appeal, or whether there has actually been
No.
a change.
The change.
There has been a change. I mean, it was coming up to the deadline, and Mr. Bantam suggested that it went further up the hill, while we had always been of the opinion that the drawing 2, where we had it validated, where the application was validated, was a far better position for the siting of the mobile home. Obviously, because of the extent and the work that we had done in the impact to the listed buildings and the various reports we had, we thought it was, we just didn't believe it was in the best position for the caravan, for the mobile home. I think where we originally put it and where the deal was a better location.
Okay, but are you, I mean, do you accept, Mr. Schiller, that drawing 3 is the one that the council made the decision on?
Yeah, they asked us to move it, yes.
Right. So I mean, that's the plan that's before me at the moment. So that's the one I would need to make a decision based on. Is that kind of
Yep.
agreed between everybody?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. So thank you, that Clara. And we might come back to that a little when we get onto the character and appearance stuff. So just sort of really understand the siting and how that relates to the other features of the site. But at least I know which plan I'm definitely looking at. And I will take it that drawing 2 and the other one that's a similar position it was your intention, but they're superseded plans. They're not part of what's in front of me.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So just to check a final point on timing, I think we'll be absolutely fine to finish the discussion within a reasonable working day. But is there anyone that's got any particular time constraints, needs to stop for lunch at a certain time or anything like that? No, so we'll take breaks as we go and just see how we go. If anyone's desperate for a comfort break or whatever and just needs a moment, you can just let me know. So I think that's it for the preliminaries. Are there any sort of procedural type questions before we move on to the agenda? No, good. Right, where are we in terms of time? So we're at 10:40. I think we want to attempt to discuss the whole of the first main issue before we take a break, but maybe we could just make a bit of a start on that. And I'll aim to take a break at about 11ish. So we move on to item 2. So that's the first main issue, being whether there's an essential need for a rural worker to live on the site. On the agenda, I've listed some policies under each of the main issues. That was mostly because there's quite a lot of policies being mentioned one way or another, and also particularly because the first reason for refusal covers sort of the need and also character and appearance. There's a lot of policies, so I just wanted to try and identify for myself which I think are the key policies for this particular issue. So I won't read them all out. I've listed them there on the agenda, and that was really drawing on the reason for refusal and your cases, and particularly trying to pick out those policies that are relevant to rural businesses, the contribution to the rural economy, and homes outside settlements and things related to a sustainable pattern of development. So does anyone have any observations you want to make on whether those are the relevant policies, whether I've missed anything, whether I've included anything that shouldn't be there?
That's up to you, Rob.
No,
Mr. Schiller?
everything's covered.
You're happy everything's covered. Mr. Battams, you happy?
Yep, happy with those.
Those are
yep.
sensible policies. Good. Okay. I don't want to over egg it, just want to make sure I'm looking in the right places. Mr. Battams, can I just check, in the core strategy, you have these strategic, is it SPOs, strategic policy objectives?
Oh yes,
or spatial policy objectives.
Yeah, spatial planning objectives.
Spatial planning objectives. They're objectives anyway. Yes, that's the point. Yes. I've come across these before. Can you just explain a little bit to me about? I mean, they're expressed as objectives rather than policies. Do you treat them as what are they?
They are objectives. They provide a broad background, and then the policies are there to then create more of a defined detail to achieving those objectives.
So they do. So they sort of sit almost kind of a layer above the actual policies. Is that?
Yeah. Yes. So
is that a reasonable way of putting it?
Yeah, that's a way to describe it, because even when one looks through the core strategy, we have all the spatial planning objectives listed first, and then it drops down into the actual policies, the broad strategic policies in that core strategy.
Okay, thank you. So that's helpful just to understand sort of. So in terms of if I were to feel something conflicted with an SPO, I'm not really saying it conflicts with a policy. It's more in terms of the aims, overall aims of the plan.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No, that's useful to just understand the status of those. And then in terms of the actual policies, there's the policy DC2 in the Wealden local plan. Now, obviously, the application is for a temporary mobile home or for a temporary period. Is it fair to say that focusing in on the criteria in DC2 that are relevant to temporary developments is appropriate in this case? I mean, maybe
yes.
Come to Mr.
I was yeah.
So, Mr. Schiller, is that a sort of fair understanding from your perspective?
As the temporary period allows the business to be established and see if it's sustainable.
Okay, so this is very much we're in that sort of territory of testing whether things are sustainable and viable and so on. Okay. And then also just in terms of what are the relevant policies, there's the neighbourhood plan. I think I read somewhere in the evidence that there wasn't a relevant neighbourhood plan, but actually there is the East Hoathly neighbourhood plan, and you've given me some policies from that. On my list of policies, you've mentioned between you policy 4, which is a housing policy. I didn't list that under this issue because it read to me more like a sort of housing mix policy rather than a location policy. And I mean, does the neighbourhood plan essentially just follow the local plan in terms of housing within settlements or outside settlements and locational issues?
Yes, the neighbourhood plan does not set development boundaries, so its policies are sort of like following the adopted local plan.
So did you say it doesn't go into development boundaries?
It does not. Yes, does not.
Doesn't. Oh. Okay. So in terms of the sort of strategy of whether something's inside a settlement, outside a settlement, or further from a settlement, that it's the local plan that I should be looking at rather than the neighbourhood plan. Okay, good. And just also on the policy front, can I just check with the council? There is an emerging local plan that, as far as I know, is still at regulation 18 stage and still at quite an early stage. Has anything changed in the last few weeks that I need to be aware of?
Still the same. Yep, still regulation 18, early stage.
Okay. So, and I think between you've said that means its policies carried limited weight. I mean, I don't think I've actually got any of the policies, but is that still a fair understanding?
Yes, that's from our perspective, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's just a few sort of clarifications on the policy. So coming on to the application, Mr. Schiller, can you clarify for me? Is this it's a temporary proposal? I'm not sure the application actually specifies the temporary period. 3 years has been mentioned.
3 years, just from an agricultural point of view. When it's been applied by other councils and other areas, it's always allowed for a 3-year period to establish the business.
Right. Okay. So it is three years that you're seeking. Okay. And the council has taken it on that basis as well, I take it?
Yes.
Okay. And can I also clarify, so there was a previous appeal. Can I come to Mr. Schiller first? Can you explain to me what was before the previous inspector in terms of the evidence on the agricultural business? So I've seen reference to the business plan not having been seen to him. Can you just explain to me a bit about what went on there and what he saw and what he didn't see?
Well, there seemed to have been a bit of confusion in the appeal of what was submitted. Now we had submitted the business plan, but the council said that there wasn't a business plan that went into the application. So the inspector determined the appeal as if there wasn't a business plan in place. And that was one of the fundamental pitfalls of the appeal. And it only came to light when we were here in the virtual hearing. And hence with the view of reapplying with the business plan and the supporting documents and things like that.
Okay, so
that was the main issues that we had. Was the fact that the appeal was not determined with the business.
Okay, so it was the business plan. Was it the business plan document that I now have was the missing information. Is that a fair summary? Okay. I mean, was any of that information before him in a different form, or was it just completely
just in the
not seen?
information from our statements and things like that, and but the fundamental crux is that you needed to have a business plan.
Okay.
I mean, the one that we've submitted is a more updated version.
Yeah, so well, I'll come to that, and I have got a few questions about it and the dates and so on. But I just wanted to be clear, what was new information to that extent, and I mean, staying with you, your statement of case comments that the previous inspector found a necessity for on-site accommodation and that the siting was appropriate. I've got to be totally honest, that's not my reading of the previous appeal decision. So can you elaborate on sort of how you're seeing that decision? What you think he said?
I think, I mean, an awful lot of it came about with the siting and the discussions we had over the listed buildings and the context in relation to the listed buildings around the area. There was also a real burden in the title deeds that the structure can't be more than 3 meters high. That was one of the reasons why it's to the ground, to minimize the impact of the surrounding areas. And he in conversation took that on board. It didn't come out in the appeal, in the decision notice. That's why we resubmitted the application where it was. Quite frankly, if he had said no, we wouldn't want it there, then we wouldn't have submitted it in basically the same location originally. And I think Andrew was the planning officer, but he wasn't able to attend the appeal. His colleagues attended the appeal. And so that was my reading of it. Then it was because of the verbal interaction of being at the hearing. That's why I said that the location was suitable. We spent a substantial amount of time discussing that point.
Okay, so you felt during the discussion that the siting was acceptable, but the decision letter does comment on the siting and said it's somewhat detached from the other buildings and so on. So in terms of the inspector's decision, my reading of it is that he said there were some issues with the siting, but you seem to be seeing it differently.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is where do you site it somewhere else on the site? I mean, you have to look at the site in the overall context. To security of the site with relation to the other buildings, the industrial site next door. I understand there's a proposal for 2,000 home village, new village all around the site as well. So we thought thought we were that location would be the best suited.
Okay.
That was all.
So that the discussion led you to sort of to the siting that was proposed, essentially. Although we've now established it would be slightly further up the hill in any case. Okay.
Which one of the reasons why it concerned us about putting it further up the hill, because of the previous appeal discussions we had. But I mean, it is where it is because just about.
Okay. So, I mean, Mr. Battens, what's your take on what the previous inspector what his view was on the suitability of the siting and the need?
Yeah, my view, having read the inspector's decision more than once, was certainly the siting was sort of harmful to the character of the area. It appeared isolated within the paddock or the field. And the functional need, essential need, was also from the inspector letter not demonstrated in the previous case. He didn't really, from my reading, it didn't really delve too much into the viability, but I think his first pieces were about the functional need, essential need, which said that it wasn't, with the evidence before him, wasn't swayed by there being an actual established functional need.
So, I mean, Mr. Scheller, do you accept that that's what the inspector concluded, albeit that he didn't have the business plan in front of him?
I think that's what he concluded, but without the business plan, it does make a difference. And I think Will and Julie explained the functional need being on site.
Okay. So I think that's helpful. That helps me understand sort of where you all got to with the previous hearing. It's always quite odd picking up a case that someone else has looked at, because obviously I wasn't party to any of that discussion. So that's helpful in terms of understanding what was discussed and what wasn't, and what evidence was in front of him at the time. Okay, thank you. Right. I do want to get next into sort of understanding the nature of the business and where you're at and what's established and what's not next. But we've been on screen for an hour, so I think let's take a bit of a screen break before we get into the detail of that. If we can come back at, I make it just before 11. If we come back at 10 past 11, is that enough time for people?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back at 11:10. As I say, let me actually leave the meeting, and then I'll leave it to your discretion whether you stay on the call or not, and I'll see you at 10 past 11. Lovely. Everyone okay to carry on?
Yep, yep.
Okay, good. Right. Okay, so let's turn to sort of understanding the business. Can I, if I just outline what I've understood from the evidence briefly, as a way in, maybe can you sort of confirm whether this sounds right or not? So my understanding is the site, so the land edged in blue, was historically a fish farm. The ponds were existing. That goes back decades. It fell out of use, I think. So Mr. and Mrs. Pope, you bought the site about 6 years ago. It might be a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
More than that, yeah.
So you bought it separately from the, so I think the land was associated with Halland Park Farmhouse,
Yeah.
but you bought it as a separate parcel of land. And so as far as I understand, you've been restoring the ponds, and you have an aspiration to grow that and sort of establish a business, which we'll get onto. And you've also got a pond restoration business and sales of, I presume, aquatic plants, pond related
that will
plants.
come in the business later on. Yeah.
Okay, so is that a fair of understanding of kind of how we've got to where we are today?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, in terms of what you've done so far, is it fair to refer to that as it's been done more on a hobby, personal basis up to date?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, explain to me what you've done so far to the land since you bought it.
The woodland cleaned and
Ponds.
cleaned the woodland out,
Mm-hmm.
and the ponds. They was all basically empty, so we've redug all the ponds, landscaped the areas around the ponds, repaired dams, repaired leaks. The leaks were a little bit of an ongoing thing. Landscaped all the areas.
Added more things for, biodiversity. Where we've taken stuff out, we've added stuff back in, trees and hedging and that sort of thing. So just really getting it ready for this stage.
Okay, so when you say the ponds were empty of water or empty of fish or both?
But there was the main pond at the bottom had fish in there, and as we pumped some of the ponds out to repair them, there was a few fish in the bottom. So as we come down and repaired one pond, they all went back up into the other ponds. But we did lose a lot of them fish when the water got poisoned. Right.
Yeah, I've read about that.
So basically, the fish that are left are in the bottom ponds, and they're the original fish, and they obviously spawn and grown on, and we feed them and
getting them ready for business, hopefully.
Yeah. So when you say original fish, are they fish that were maybe not the individuals, but fish that were already there when you acquired the site, or have you done a bit of stocking?
Yes, yeah, we moved some fish into the other ponds. One pond we've sort of got a tench pond where we're rearing tench, and the other pond we got crucian carp. The main lake is big carp and bream, and the other pond's basically empty, which we want to, when we start breeding fish on site from eggs, and then they finally be transferred into the ponds, and when they grow a certain size, they would come down the chain into the ponds as they grow bigger. And then if people want to buy them a certain size, then we sell them. If not, they keep growing and growing, and then we get more money for them. And it's like a circle. Yeah. Put them in the top ponds, but the carp in the bottom ones, they're big now. They're growing big, and they'll be worth a lot of money, and we'll sell them later on. Which you'll see them tomorrow. The carp.
And can I literally see some of the larger fish if I sort of walk along the line of ponds? So in terms of the life cycle, you're literally starting from eggs at one. I mean, literally at one end of the pond system. How does that work?
Okay.
That's the reason you need to be there.
We'll have to have another little hut with tanks in it, and then the spawning season, which is May, it's about 3 months. So we have to do it in the 3 months. Is we get a couple of fish, different breeds of fish into different tanks, and when they're ready to spawn, we strip the eggs out of them, and then the male. Obviously, we milk the male. Then when the eggs hatch, then we move them into. Depends what type of fish it is. We move them into one of the ponds, but there's no time scale when they're going to hatch, and we have to control the water temperatures for the hatching, and it's just an ongoing cycle. You have to be there. That's
it's not a 9 to 5 like.
That's without all the other works, feeding the other fish. And
well, we'll get on to kind of what things you need to be there for, but just I sort of want to understand the mechanics of how it would work. So did you say you would need somewhere with tanks to sort of start the process off effectively? Yeah. Okay. And then when they spawn, you remove the eggs, you move them into one of the ponds, and
not straight away.
No, they're moving because they're so little.
Yeah,
we'd lose them if you just transfer them straight into a pond. You have to move them onto a little bit bigger tank, and then when they're ready, then you put them into the ponds.
Go into like a tray system, and you actually have to pick out the dead eggs. Management, aquaculture side of it. Haven't had to do it in the past for a friend. So you sit there with one of those little basting things, with the suckers on that they use for Sunday roasts. You sit there, timely go through,
syringe them up,
dead eggs, and you suck them out. Otherwise, they can affect the other eggs. Trays.
And the spawning season could be anywhere in the 3 months.
So 3 months, May to July, is that?
June, middle of June. There's a certain time when they spawn, temperature-wise and conditions.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand that temperature is an issue, and there's some seasonality in that particular bit of work.
Yeah, and
the time of the day, and
when they've hatched, obviously the water's got to be a certain temperature to look after them for a while. And then we transfer them into different tanks with aerators in them, and then once they're about an inch and a half, then you transfer them into the ponds.
Okay. And I mean, how long does that take? Is that all within the 3-month spawning period? How long from egg to an inch long?
Within the egg, you might not get any eggs till June. So you got the time of them spawning, growing to a certain size, looking after them, and then put them in. So it could be 2.5 months before they grow to an inch and a half. Depends on the feed. Different types of fish, different growth rates.
And different spawning times, different fish.
Yeah, so there's some variability there, but it sounds like that there's a bit of a peak during the summer.
Yeah, well, that's
when all that is happening.
Yeah, that's where we've got to breed our own fish to make the right money. Because if we buy in fish, which are already grown 2 or 3 inches, we're saving all the cost of them.
But you'd be buying them in.
But when one fish could lay about 1,000 eggs.
Yeah, it's not a 5-minute job.
Okay, got that. And just in terms of sort of coming back to where you're at the moment, Have you actually started any trading in fish,
No.
or are you still at the want to get it established stage?
We could sell some fish now, but we want to grow them on the carp because they're worth more when they're grown on.
Mm-hmm.
And if we started advertising now, we're not there.
The ponds are not quite ready, the smaller ponds. We want to get a system of aeration all the way down through, so every pond has got an aerator in it, which produces oxygen into the water.
So so that's you haven't got to the stage where you've fitted that equipment yet.
No, not yet. No, we don't want to till we live there.
Because that's not really it. If we can't work it properly, then we'll be forking out money that onto something that we can't fulfill, because we can't fulfill it unless we're there to actually run it properly.
Okay. So you are you're still at the wanting to move from sort of looking after the land for yourselves, more or less, more of a hobby, into becoming a business. Yeah. Okay. And just to say, with sort of the nature of the business, there's reference in the business plan to the unique design of the 10 ponds, which you say lends itself to specific and separate breeding of fish. Can you just sort of explain that a bit to me? What's good about the ponds? Why would this work?
Well, they're not a massive. So if you had a big reservoir or a big lake, you're going to lose a lot of your fish because you wouldn't be able to net them all. With 9 smaller ponds, you could have different breeds in each one, and then just net them when the time's right. That's why they're not too big and they're not too small.
Okay, so it's about a sort of diversity of types of fish in each pond. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, understand that. And just coming back to how established this is it fair to say you're still at the point you were at when the previous appeal was considered, in terms of what's going on the site and level of
basically
breeding?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've just been carrying on to improve it and maintain it, so it's still at the same sort of status quo.
And there is always ongoing maintenance.
Yeah.
Just because of the capital, the next capital expenditure. Ideally, they would like to be living on site. Otherwise, it's questionable whether it's worth cost and the security and the time, effort, and looking after eggs.
Well, I think tomorrow we'll probably prove a bit more beneficial. You'll understand it more. Have you been down to the site, Andrew? Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, I have been. Yeah.
Have you been to the site?
I have. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Fine. Yeah.
So you're still at a similar point. The business is still to get established, and I mean, what I'm hearing from you is you're seeking the mobile home in order to take the next step. Is that a fair understanding?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'll just pause there for a minute and maybe come to Mr. Battams for the council. In terms of the council's approach to agricultural workers' dwellings, I mean, have you got any observation on where a business that's at that early stage sits?
I would go to the policy DC2. It obviously has the criteria, and where it talks about a functional need, says a clear existing functional needs. So there's an emphasis that there's some enterprise already occurring at the site that would help establish the need for a dwelling to be on site. So listening to So the intentional planned intentions here, we don't appear to have yet that business up and running from what I'm hearing. So it's with the policy, there's that sort of difficulty of saying, well, are we effectively sort of taking some sort of leap of faith where we don't have a business to help say yes, here's a functional need that's definitely been established. This is sort of because we obviously have to be mindful of people that some business start up from small scale and they grow over time. But we just don't think we yet see that small basis yet to help from what we've seen in evidence anyway, that that sort of functional need is quite there yet.
Okay, so the fact it's still early days is a key point from the council's point of view.
The last, can I butt in or not?
Okay, say what you. I can see Mr. Schiller wants to say something, so I'll hear from Mr. Pope and then I'll come to you, Mr. Schiller. Okay.
Right, the fishery would have been running this year if we had got a decision last year when we should have got a decision. It dragged on and on and on, so we missed the breeding season for this year. So the business would have been up and running.
The problem is when you say some enterprises start off and it's not like we're making pottery on our kitchen bench. We can't. It's not something you can just get bigger and bigger and then think, well, now we've got enough thing, we can open a shop. It's you've got to be there and actually do it. It's full on or it's nothing. It's not. You can't just do it gradually. You've got to do it all in, and so that's a lot of our investment and our savings that we're potentially putting into this to do it, and only do it half-hearted because, for like half, we're there. Say you're saying we could be there from 9 till 5. Well, from 5 o'clock round till 9 o'clock the next morning, you've got a whole business of carp and equipment and things that can basically break down, theft, anything, poachers, the whole lot. If you're not there to actually support that, we're just saying come in and we're chucking their money away. So when it's not the same kind of, you can't just say that's a little business. It's something, it's all in or nothing really.
Forgive the analogy, but it's a bit chicken and egg.
Yeah, well,
egg
it is,
in this
exactly.
case.
Yeah, it is. It's we can't start it until we know we can do it properly.
Okay. Mr. Schiller, what did you want to bring?
I think case planning history has demonstrated that if you grant a temporary consent for an agricultural workers dwelling for usually 3 years, that allows the applicants or the appellants to establish the business. And that's, from an agricultural consultant's point of view, that's quite a standard practice. At the end of the day, the council still has control over the site, because if that business isn't viable for 3 years, it's got to be restored back to what it was before, and the mobile home has to be removed. And in many instances, you can't just say that, well, there isn't an established functional need now, because they can't. They had trays of eggs, and they had aerators, and they had equipment, and all the rest of it. They'll be losing half their investment straight away because they're only there half the time. So I think it's an unreasonable assumption for them to go to the investment, the capital investments, getting this off the ground, not being allowed to be on site. I think it's a middle ground to be allowed for a temporary workers dwelling, and then in that 3-year period they can demonstrate to the council that it's a viable business and there is a functional need that can be demonstrated.
So, I mean, to paraphrase, you're effectively accepting, actually, it's true that now, as of today, there isn't a functional need, but in order to demonstrate the functional need, that's why you're seeking the temporary period. Is that too simplistic?
That's been too. Yeah, I think that there is at the moment a functional. It could be argued that there's a functional need to be on site. They're at the tipping point where they have to be on site for the additional investment. I mean, you've got 9 ponds, you've got fish in each pond, you've got fish that could be sold now. And I would say if they had had the temporary consent last year, those fish would be going to market or whatever they get sold to. That the process would have been established, and they'll be off the ground. I mean, it's very well designed when you see the site yourself. Someone in 1840 or whoever designed the fishery, it was very purposely laid out to be a commercial fishery. Just by the nature and the layout of the ground, of the ponds and things like that. And I think it's I think the council should be promoting rural businesses. I mean, Wealdon on one hand is wanting to support the rivers and lack of fish in the rivers and all that kind of stuff. Yet this is the type of project and this is the type of business that would directly contribute to a wider benefit because they're breeding fish. Whether it's for the table or whether it's for other fisheries, whether it's for the local rivers or whether it's for ponds. And I think it's, I think that most rural businesses that I've come across when they've asked for rural workers dwellings have been normally relatively supportive.
Can I ask the council about that? That support for ponds and watercourses and the health and the benefits of the development. To what extent is that a factor in this?
Taking more of a straightforward look, I would use that phrase, but so just looking at what is the essential functional need for the dwelling. So in terms of how the business might be sort of replenishing rivers and fish stocks elsewhere, that's not really been part of the assessments for this application. It's from
you're really looking at the justification. You've been really looking at the justification on site rather than the wider economic benefit and so on.
Yes, and from my recollection of the supporting statements, they do talk about helping replenish or selling stock to other fisheries, but there wasn't a great deal of information about how further the business would assist with sort of rivers and other aquatic environmental gains, sort of further afield. Yeah.
Can I understand a bit more about, I mean, what we have been told about what the business would be aimed at? You've got various letters of support from potential customers. I mean, just give me a flavour of who they are and sort of how much you think they might be buying, and what the market is.
Yeah. Well, I belong to 2 angling clubs, a member, and I'm on the chairman of one of the clubs.
Mm-hmm.
They've all written in, and previous years, because I had my own another fishery at Maresfield, Powder Mill.
Right.
Fisheries, I had an 8-acre lake and 5 other ponds, which are run sort of similar type of business. So basically, I'll be supplying these with fish. Some of my customers, Buxton Park, have got their own ponds, which is in one of the letters there, I believe.
But obviously, these are just a few. Obviously, once we get advertising them, and then the word of mouth, but also just advertising, these are just some to support before we've even started, but then obviously as businesses grow, the word gets out there. And so
Isfield Angling Club, I don't know if you've heard of Isfield Angling Club, they're all over the county with ponds and lakes, and they've written in they would buy fish.
So are they on a fairly large? I don't know them. I've seen the name in the correspondence, but are they on a fairly large scale?
Oh, yeah, they got thousands of members. Yeah.
Okay. And is the market just I'd say just angling clubs? There's some mention of fish for food in the evidence, and I wasn't quite sure whether that's part of the business or not.
No, it wouldn't be unless we did trout, but that would be a thought for later on in the
down the road.
Yeah.
So mostly for supplying angling clubs with stock that they can then fish on a
private as well, private ponds and customers.
I mean, is there much market for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah, we wouldn't be doing it unless we could sell the fish, obviously.
And the amount of Will as well at the moment, he renovates ponds, but it it's constant, isn't it? And
I belong to the angling club, and then there's all the anglers that I know, and it's just all the feelers will go out when I get going.
Okay, so that gives me a flavour of the customer base. It sounds as if you have contacts.
Oh yeah.
That you could capitalise on. Is that essentially what that's where you would start, and then you're hoping it would take on from there? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That probably brings us neatly onto the business plan. Can I just understand sort of factually? So I've now got a business plan that's in two parts. The addendum is dated sometime in February. Let me get it in front of me as well. So I've got a sort of 4 or 5 page document with an addendum after the previous planning appeal. So when was the first part of that business plan? When is that actually? When did you draw that up?
Prior
to the last appeal.
In the last planning.
Sort of in order to submit at the last planning application. Okay, so I've understood that for whatever reason it didn't end up before the inspector. I don't need to go into all that, but so it's essentially it's in two parts. The second part in February is elaborating on what's in the first part. Is that a fair understanding?
The council came back to us and said they wanted more information, so we gave them more information.
Okay. And in terms of there's income and expenditure outlined for a 3-year period. Are we still at year 0 in that, or are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if I've understood it right, you've got year 1 not selling, and then year 2 60 to 70,000 fish. Year 3 the same number plus another 50,000 larger fish. Now I've got to be honest, to someone that isn't a fish farmer, that sounds like a really big number to suddenly get to in the second year. Can you kind of explain how that's justified? How did you come up with those figures?
It's just when fish breed, they don't breed in 1 or 2, they breed in thousands. So you could stock a pond with probably 5,000 fish and let them grow to a certain size, and then you'd move them down the ponds, and then you sell them what you could at different sizes, whatever people want, you sell them at different sizes. And it's just, sometimes it wouldn't be that many fish, because if some of them were bigger fish, they're worth. So you can't say exactly the amount you would sell, Because at the end of the day, if you sold all big ones, you'd be selling probably a few less. But if you kept the system going with small ones, it'd be big numbers you'd be selling. The people would buy them small for them to rear up. Like if we wasn't going to breed them, we would do the same, buy them, and you'd buy them in thousands, not in little numbers.
I mean, have you identified people that do want to buy them in those sorts of quantities?
Oh yeah, the angling clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're then presumably going to have to raise.
They're not going to buy. They're not going to buy like 60,000, but they're going to buy a few thousand at a time.
And I mean, how often are they likely to buy a few thousand?
Depends what type of fish they want. If they're looking for roach, perch, or smaller fish.
And how many ponds they've got.
They might want roach in one of their lakes, because this club have got probably 30 lakes around the area. So they might want a few roach in one, and perch in another, and carp in another, bream in another. So it's down to me to chase them up and sell them to them.
Okay, so I'm just coming back to the sort of breeding cycle. You're raising eggs and fry at one particular type of year, and then sort of batches of larger fish as they grow, and people are angling, so they're catching them, and then they need restocking. So that's the gist of it.
Yeah, because unless you've got aerators and that, with the way the climate's changing, there's a lot of ponds that don't have any any control with the oxygen. Then fish naturally, they will die, and so in sort of ponds that don't
restock, or cormorants wipe them out on lakes.
So not all of the however many thousand fish end up getting caught. There'll be some die off, essentially.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Okay. I'm understanding that. And it still feels like a really big jump from no fish to 60,000 fish. I mean, how confident are you of that figure?
I've got my figures. Where's the figures for the amount of fish?
I don't say fish, it's the income.
Yeah.
6.
I thought I did see.
It was income, like 60,000, and then we haven't actually ever put down exactly how many fish we're going to sell, like individuals.
I'm looking at the last page of the business plan addendum. Year 2 says we would expect to sell in the region of 60 to 70,000 fish.
That was me. We haven't got that. We haven't got that on, have we? No. Apologies, let me just look for another look.
I mean, in the meantime, I mean, maybe I could come to Mr. Schiller. You work in this sector. Do the sorts of quantities your clients are talking about, how confident can I be that that's a feasible level of growth?
Well, when they consider the different sizes from fry up to mature fish, the mature fish market is really quite exclusive, especially when you're talking about the larger carp and things like that. The smaller fish farms will have maxes of thousands of fry and what do you call immature fish going through the different stages. With 9 ponds fully operational, there's quite see why there could be 60,000 fish. If you consider what you've got in tanks, what's being bred, going through the system, what's going through the various different ponds, then I think it's a realistic goal, especially over the course of 12 months, because of the breeding. If the dry season, if the egg season, say, is 3 months, the fish are spawning then potentially every day for 3 months. And then you go on to the next stage where you're managing the eggs in the different trays, then they're hatched, and they're going to all the different ponds. So I mean, as a what they do and what they produce, because their market is also not at the end of the year. Their market is people coming to them going, okay, I need so many fish that are, for example, 3 centimeters long, as you said, or 6 centimeters or 10 centimeters or 11, 12, blah blah blah. And I think a lot of the sports fisheries or a lot of the private ponds want them at different stages or different ages.
Yeah.
Yeah, we come across that, found that, yeah.
I mean, is that figure right? Was it meant to be £60,000 or?
But it's, yeah, 60,000 fish. But the way it would work, if you didn't sell any fish for a while, or not so many, then you wouldn't sell the 60,000 because they would be growing on. So you'd be selling them at a lower quantity, but for more money because they grow bigger and bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like every business plan, we wouldn't be able to achieve exactly what's on the business plan, but we hope to obviously
well, yeah,
do it and improve it. But
yeah, and the thing is, it's like,
but we've got 3 years to try, haven't we?
well, yeah. But we're confident that it's going to work. It's just you don't want to be just on one road. You want to be able to branch off if something doesn't work, because like obviously when they're in the trays and the spawning, and that is very intense. But even once they've moved into ponds, there's so many exterior factors. It's an ongoing, you've got to be on top of it all the time.
Yeah. Okay, I've heard that, and I am going to come to the sort of logistics of what needs to be done at different times of day and night and all that. I'm conscious we've had quite a lot of discussion there, and I need to come to the council. So you've heard a bit more about what underlines the business plan. How have you got any reflections on how realistic that sounds in terms of what needs to be proved for the policy?
Yes, that's one of the questions that the officers had, was that going from 0 to 60,000 sales a year, we had nothing to really gauge how that figure was derived. So I understand that there are fish in some of the ponds at the moment, and that was, I think, discussed in the previous appeal. Yes, in some ways we were thinking, maybe there'd be more information about the existing sales, and that might help understand if there's certain sales going on at the moment, how they then progress to 60,000 in year 2 of the new, I suppose, more expansive business. So some explanation here is more involved than we've had in writing with the application. But yeah, still figure 60,000 to 70,000 potentially in that first, in the second year sales. This still seems like a large amount, but I hear what the appellants are saying about the size of fish being a factor in that sort of size.
Yeah, we're not picturing 60,000 great big carp.
No.
We should be thinking in terms of 60,000.
They're called fingerlings. If you go online to a fish farm and go to buy some fingerlings, you'd be buying, like, they'd come in the post in a bag with about 1,000 or 2,000 little fish in there. It depends what size you sell them at.
Okay. So I get the gist. It's not, I mean, as the councillor said, it's not based on previous sales, previous track records, because you haven't got there yet. Essentially, it's your best sort of target figure based on what you know of the local market. Is that a fair understanding of where those figures come from?
Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Schiller's telling me that's, you know, not implausible. Is that fair?
That's fair. And also with Will's background of running a fishery before, I think it's a reasonable assumption.
Okay.
Fingerlings or whichever.
And I mean, you're not still working at that fishery, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And I mean, that probably brings me on to you. You've also talked about the pond restoration business and sales of plants. Can you talk to me about how, you know, what do they involve, or what would they involve? I mean, to what extent is that up and running?
The plants, we're not doing the plants yet, but there would be trays with
lilies and
different types of plants.
Pond plants.
So that you haven't started doing that yet, though. That's sort of part of the business plan.
Yeah.
That'd be something else we got to be there for, to look after them.
Okay, we'll come back to that. The pond restoration business, is that up and running?
I've been doing it all my life. Yeah,
right.
So yeah, a lot of them are customers where you got letters from. They got their ponds, which we dig and clean them out and look after them, maintain them.
So you go to where the pond is, obviously. What kind of area does that cover? Is that all local stuff, or are you travelling?
Basically in East Sussex.
Mm-hmm.
The customers, one's a couple of miles away, and another one's 2 or 3 miles away. I've done ponds for the angling clubs. I've got my own equipment, but if we have to, we just hire in equipment. Depends what the type of work is.
Okay. And I mean, in terms of how you divide up your time, I suppose, you know, how much proportion of your sort of working day would that still carry on if this business got up and running?
No, that would slow down. Because I'm a ground worker, a trade. So it's, if the business was up and running, then I would do the fishery business and pond repairs, maintenance.
So you're looking to shift the balance between the two, is that fair?
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, just in terms of the business plan again, can you talk me through where you've got income projections? How much of that would be from the fish rearing business, and how much of that would be from other business?
Well, probably to get it all set up to start with, we would fund that. And then going forward, and hopefully it would pay us back and make a profit.
But so the fishery would be the biggest proportion, and then we would back it up with your pond restaurant, you know. Just
Well, it would come in from that, yeah.
I mean, imagining in 5 or 6 years' time, if this was all up and running, have you got a sort of sense of the percentage that would be coming from the fisheries as opposed to other things?
Probably mainly the fishery, and then 10% pond repairs, make clearance, and
Okay, so you are aiming for it to become the lion's share, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, forgive me, it's going to get slightly personal, but I do need to understand the finances. So you've said the capital would be, you'd be funding that yourselves. I mean, what would you be living on in the meantime if there's this period where the fishery isn't quite up and running yet?
Well, I'll be working there, and Will was at the moment will carry on doing his work.
Right. Okay. So the pond restoration. Sorry, go on. I interrupted you.
He'll carry on with that.
And we'd fund it with our own money. And we'd probably be selling the house here and moving in the mobile.
Right. Okay. So is that where the capital would be coming from for the set-out costs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, and on a similar note, I mean, in the event that I did allow the appeal and you had the 3-year period, presumably the aspiration would be then to try and get a permanent house beyond that. I mean, where would the funds for that be coming from in the business plan?
We wouldn't be spending all the sale of the house
on the mobile home. So you would still have the savings to do the property, because it would be self-built.
Plus we got our own savings,
and hopefully profit from the business.
So you're predicting, I think, 30,000 profit in the 3rd year.
Yeah.
Okay.
But ongoing, like, you know, whether it's whether it's a mortgage because of the, you know, if you go with a business, you know, is up and running then, or whether it is our own funds, because we've got, you know, we've obviously got.
Because if we did get 3 years and planning permission there, it's not as though Andrew's going to let us build a palace down there. It'd be a small.
It would just be.
We put in for a small bungalow to start with, and then we advised to put in for the mobile.
It'd just be the same as what we would have as a mobile home, but just permanent. It's not going to be a big elaborate, palace.
We got 3 meters height restriction.
Yeah, so does that also apply to a permanent building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes. Mr. Schiller, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think one of the intentions is to establish the mobile home to begin with for the business as a temporary permission, and then at a later date get that converted to a permanent. Then once the funds and the business can demonstrate and build something, then obviously that's going to be subject to a separate planning application as a replacement dwelling or whatever. I think that's quite far down the line. I think Will and Julie's main concern is trying to get the business established and get accommodation on site. Temporary in the first instance. I've said that through the stages, once you've demonstrated it's viable in 3 years, then you go back to the council with your and what have you, and you make the temporary permanent.
So you're saying that that's further down the line, essentially. I suppose what I'm just trying to test is, you know, 3 years is not an incredible amount of time. So, I mean, what's your thoughts on the extent to which that longer term viability needs to be considered at this point?
I think from history, most councils are generally acceptable of a 3-year period to see if the business can be demonstrated that it's viable. And then they take a view after 3 years. I know some councils have had 1 or 2 cases where they've extended the 3 years and granted another 3-year temporary consent. I think it's more just securing the first 3 years to give them the chance to show that they can have a viable business.
Yeah. Okay. So can I come back to the council? And so you've heard a bit more about the economics and the sort of longer term viability. Have you got, is there anything you want to come back on from what you've heard?
Actually, yeah, we've seen sort of written submissions for the sort of 3 years. Yeah, I think our concerns kind of go back to that. Sort of, how does one get to that 60 to 70,000 sales in the first place? It's we haven't seen anything sort of longer term either, with how potentially 4 and 5 would also be estimated or projected for longer term. Obviously, our policy does talk about the 3 years test. If a business has not been established for at least 3 years, then we'd be entertaining the temporary business or sort of temporary development of a temporary dwelling.
So in terms of the policy, I mean, would you generally focus just on that 3-year period, and to what extent would you expect to look ahead, or is it fair to say that that would be something to test in 3 years' time?
It would certainly be something to test in 3 years' time. Obviously, we're an applicant to provide a 5-year projection. We'd be looking at that as well, just to give us that bit more surety or information that things beyond the year 3 are still likely to work or have a viable, feasible future. Because the clock doesn't just stop at year 3. So things do evolve.
Okay, but we've heard why it's 3 years. It's 3 years based on the fact you're seeking a 3-year permission. You've given me an idea of what happens beyond that. Okay, can I just? I'm conscious we've had another hour of discussion. I'll just have a quick look through my notes on areas we've just discussed, because this may be a point to take a short break. Yeah, I think we'll pause there. I'd like to take another sort of 10 minutes or so break, and then I want to move on to some of the nitty-gritty of what needs doing during the night and during the day, and the sort of cycle of how the whole thing operates, to understand that better. So I make it 12:05. If we came back at 12:15, and then we'll aim to have a proper lunch break about 1 o'clock. Does that work for people? Okay, right. So let's break there. I'll leave the meeting and I'll see you at 12:15. We're all here. Good. Right. Can I move on to the amount of time involved in the business? So there's various figures in the evidence. I think the appellants have quoted a full-time standard of 44 to 46 hours per week. The council's agricultural consultant questioned where that came from. The previous inspector referred to 3 days a week, and I've also seen 60 hours a week. So I've got quite a spread of time. I mean, talk me through a working week. How much time would you be spending there?
Well, I'd be down there in the mornings feeding, which would increase. I feed the 3 ponds at the moment. So we were talking about 2 hours for me in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
But when you got 9 ponds to feed, you'd be increasing them hours.
So 2 hours now, or
Yeah,
2 hours
then,
when it's and rising to
rising to I don't know, just well, it'd be more than feeding. That's a problem. It would.
Okay.
Because the 3 days is what worked. If you put the hours together, is what we do now, just to look after the fish. That wasn't. That isn't what will be done.
So is that current time commitment?
Yeah, with that, that's just without. I'm down there every day at the moment, but not necessarily the whole day. But I'm down there, But obviously that would be different.
Yeah, it's not just the feeding. Then the end of the day or the evening time after work, I'll be down there repairing leaks, or when you get wind damage on the end of the dams, replacing or repairing that.
So Mr. Pope,
bits of branch and trees.
Am I understanding right? At the moment, you'd be there in the morning feeding, then you're restoring ponds, and then you're back in the evening doing whatever needs doing in terms of repairs and maintenance and so on. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah.
And I'm down there in the day with general maintenance and looking after the land at the moment.
So, I mean, roughly how much time are you there during the day at the moment?
Probably at least 4 hours a day at the moment, but that's without obviously even starting the business.
Okay, so I think you said, Mrs. Pope, the 3 days that's mentioned in the previous decision, is that adding together all the hours that you've just told me about, essentially?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Okay, so if the business did get established and if you were living there, how would that change? How much time are we talking about, and what does a working day look like?
Checking obviously feeding, checking everything's running right, the aerators, carrying out repairs, checking water quality,
testing, and then obviously putting right if it's not.
Checking all the outlets are clear.
Maintenance.
One pond runs into another.
Ongoing maintenance.
And then the fish rearing. No end of time would be spent down there.
Right, it would be all. It's not a 9 to 5 job. It's a way of life, basically. Yeah.
And then there'll be days you'll be netting fish and selling fish and delivering them.
Okay, I get the idea of the range of tasks. Mr. Schiller, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I was just going to prompt Will and said the important part is the rearing of the fish and the eggs, but it covered it after I said. That's the whole fundamental aspect.
Whole point of the business, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time you need to spend actively engaging with the fish, are there peaks around the fish rearing? Or to what extent is it seasonal is probably what I'm trying to say in terms of time.
Yes,
I think once
it would be more tense when the breeding of the fish. Then there would be.
But then it's ongoing.
Yeah, ongoing. Then when we get rains and wind, the maintenance work of pulling branches out and clearing, and it's never ending really.
And also just the welfare of the fish, even when they're not just fry, when they're, all the time, sort of, whether it's from vermin or whether it's from, it's just constant, isn't it? Like, same as it would be for welfare of any animal.
Like the last few weeks, when the temperature's hot, then I have to go down more than the 2 hours feeding to set. I've got pumps there, petrol pumps, to pump the water to get oxygen into the water.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all the time there's different things to do.
You'd have pay, you'd go on forever if you listed absolutely every single job you did in a day, over a period of say 3 weeks. It would just be constant. It would be.
Mr. Schiller, you were going to say something about the extent to which there are seasonal peaks and troughs, I think.
Well, I mean, it's a bit like normal farming, where you have your lambing stage, and then after you say you have your lambs. I mean, I come off a farm, so you would have 3 weeks or 4 weeks, 5 weeks of intensive time, and then the work doesn't just stop there with fish. After they've from the eggs, then you have the fry, then you have managing the fry, picking out the dead ones or picking dead eggs. Then you have also the medical side, where the veterinary inspections, because as with fish farming and as all farming, there's movement books, there's medicine books, and you have all that process as well. So it's a bit like an ongoing cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, when the lull in the welfare and the management is when you're actually doing the deliveries and sexing fish, and they sex fish as well. Then they have to split them up and net them and put them into the different ponds. And I think a lot of times when you're a practical farmer, you're not very good at just to disrespect anyone. You just know what your jobs are in your head.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put it on paper and you actually put it down, there's an awful lot more that goes into it than just, yes, they're bred, we've got eggs, we've turned them to fry, we put them out into the ponds and we sell them. Which I think is what you're trying to understand more of and here. Because, I mean, as with fish farming is actually probably more restrictive in terms of what the requirements are from a medical perspective. Because if a disease breaks out in a pond or something like that, you have to be on call. Most of the people that I know in fish farming are up through the night checking the eggs, they're checking fry, going back to bed. They've got alarms for oxygenation, aerate in the different ponds, so if something happens, they can get out to the pond. And then on top of it, there's general maintenance is actually one of the lower down points of keeping. We have to keep the trees and everything cut, but I mean it's only part of the overall.
Okay, so I'm getting there's a lot of work, and the type of work fluctuates according to the seasons to some extent, but there's a sort of ongoing level of work.
Yeah.
Why do you need to be there during the night is a key question. I mean, how much of this work can happen during the day?
Like one of those reasons that Rob's just said about oxygenation, alarm, if something goes wrong, you need to be there, but that's not just necessarily going to go wrong between 9 and 5. It could go wrong at any time, whether.
But this time of the year, it's daylight till 10, so you're probably it's not night, you'd still be down there working till 10.
Mm.
And then if floods,
malfunctioning equipment.
So just talk to me about the alarms a minute. So you've mentioned oxygenation and an alarm. So
We've got them at the moment.
I was going to say, have you got them at the moment? Is the first question.
No.
Would you have them?
No. We got we can read the oxygen in the water. We got the we haven't got alarms at the moment.
No.
Okay. So how do you physically read the oxygen?
How do we?
Well,
how do you?
Old fashioned, a bit like a urine dipstick, but with other tests. You test the water and then you correct it depending on what the reading is.
Well, we've got oxygen thing.
Oh yeah, and the oxygen is like
it's a probe you put into the water and it reads the oxygen.
Yeah. But obviously you'd have to test the water for other, whether the pH is right, all that sort of, different, whether there's things wrong with the water, and then you correct it. Whether it's too alkaline, too acid.
Physically taking a sample of water and testing it for various things. And that's sort of manually done. I mean, is there such a thing as an automated alarm system, testing system that can be running?
Not that, but obviously the aerators and everything can be alarmed if there's a fault with them or something goes wrong. Then they send a. Yeah. It's like anything nowadays that you get it. It comes straight through on your iPad or your phone, even, sort of thing. But obviously, it's much better if you can you're there within 2 minutes, jump out of bed and you're there, sort of thing.
So that's the follow-on question. If there's an issue, how long have you got to fix it? So say there's an oxygenation issue, how long have you got to sort that?
Yeah, that would normally be covered by, because you wouldn't have the aerators running constantly. It costs too much.
Right.
So if the oxygen dropped, then you'd have to go switch all the aerators on again. Mm-hmm. To get oxygen back into the water.
I mean, you don't have an awful lot of time when you're talking about thousands of fish in a pond.
No, that's right. Yeah.
So give me an idea how much time.
Yeah, that's right. Or if they were all still in the tanks and it failed, like the aerators and that all failed, then they could all be within what?
Hour. But some of the fish, the bigger fish, you can tell when there's not a lot of oxygen because they're up on the top of the water gasping.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest telltale sign.
But if we needed to get there from here, well, we wouldn't know, because we wouldn't know till the next day, and then you'd go and it would be too late.
I mean, if you
and then for floods.
Go on.
Sorry. No.
Yeah, we need to be there for floods as well when we get real bad downfalls, because it tops all the dams. Leaves and twigs block up the thing. If it runs over, then they can take a dam out. So you need to keep the pipes clear, and that's quite a task in the winter on 9 ponds.
I mean, how likely is it that would happen during the night and you wouldn't know unless you were there?
For you,
it's getting there and getting it cleared. You need to be prepared for it.
Because you can go there like and all the pipes will be clear, but then if the rain's that heavy, it will wash leaves and they all build up on the pipes and just block it. So you can't rely on the forecast really. And
then it's the change, and then it's that changes the water. So then you need to test the water straight away, because obviously if you've got that deluge of flood water coming in, because of the way, which you'll see, but the way that it's sort of in a valley, so it all comes off of the fields as well as coming down out the sky. Security is another reason why you would want to be there, because once you're advertising the fact of you've got this business, if there's no security there and you're not there, there's going to be a lot of equipment, a lot of money's worth, well, just in the merchandise alone, the fish, and it wouldn't take long for someone to come in and that's it, your livelihood's gone.
What have you got in the way of, have you got CCTV, any other security measures at the moment?
No.
We would have if we were, yeah.
So what would you have that would help with that?
Cameras.
Camera.
And being there, because of the position of the property, they would need to get past us to get any vehicle in it. You wouldn't be able to get in and out without coming past, which is one of the reasons that we sited it there. Because if you put it right at the other end, you wouldn't even know they've come in.
I mean, I was going to ask though, the ponds are over quite a distance. So if you were asleep, would you know if someone came in?
Well, yes, because they'd have to come past now. But if we had the property where we say, they'd have to come past there to know to get in.
Because if they come and steal fish, they would need a vehicle.
Yeah, they won't be just taking one fish.
And I mean, in terms of equipment, are there any buildings on the site at the moment? Well, where's your equipment stored?
We've got some little sheds. Some of it's outside. And we've got, when you come into the property, we've got an open shed.
Barn shed.
There's some equipment in there. There's an original, down the bottom, an original shed that was been there for years. With that's where our mowers are.
Okay, so there's some storage.
Yeah, and then outside down there, I've got another mini digger and a dumper.
We've got a digger and a dumper at the top.
Yeah, at the top is all the small mowers and strimmers and etc.
Okay, I mean, just coming back to the sort of water quality testing, fish health, and all that. I'm still feeling not that clear to what extent you would be out during the night doing that as a routine basis. I mean, even if you're living on site, you would be asleep during the night.
No, but if the problem occurred in the day and you just can't rectify it like that,
you'd have to stay until.
So we just stay there and monitor it.
And it's the same with the fish breeding. You could be doing that for 3, 4, 5 days straight, day, night sort of thing. So that's not going to be, again, you can't say when they're going to. And once you start that needs to be done when they're spawning. It's not something that you can just say, well, we'll come back tomorrow and hope they haven't laid any eggs overnight. That sort of thing.
So, I mean, if everything's fine and you're just sort of routinely monitoring, how often is that happening? What's the sort of time cycle of doing the monitoring and checking of water quality and health?
That'd be daily. You check the water daily.
Mm-hmm. So I think what I'm hearing is you're doing the daily regime of water checking and feeding. If you identify a problem, you may then need to stay on hand and keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
You're not saying
And
that you would routinely be checking at 3 a.m., but you might need to be staying there to keep an eye on things. Is that a reasonable understanding?
But if there's been an issue with the weather, then it may be that you have to monitor it 24, 48 hours every couple of hours till that's like, post bad weather sort of thing. So then that would be, but not in just like a normal, when the weather's just fine sort of thing.
Mr. Schiller, I was just going to ask if you wanted to give me some input on, why do they need to be there overnight?
I was going to say when they've got eggs in trays and they've got the different ponds, that's when you have to go and check actually the eggs through the night, because that's when diseases have the most prevalent or the most potential for risk, is when you have eggs in trays. And that's when they go through the night and check. You need to pick out the eggs or pick out the dead ones and things like that. There's a lot more monitoring. I was going to say an animal welfare, a pescacell, an aqua medical. I don't know the exact term, but an aquatic reason, medical grounds for being there more, because they have to go through the night and check breeding stock, the eggs, the larvae, and all the rest of it. Is what I was trying to say. And they don't do that at the moment because they don't have the facilities. They don't have the egg trays there, and the capital expense that's part involved in it.
And another thing, we need to be there if we move fish to sell them. And through the summer, we wouldn't move them in the daytime. It'd be too hot, so I'll be there early hours of the morning, netting the fish, delivering them, or late at night doing the same.
Why is that?
Temperature wise.
You're moving them in the heat of this, a bit like leaving a dog in a car. You wouldn't want them in a hot vehicle.
But presumably customers also don't want things delivered at 4 a.m. So we're talking sort of early doors, evening.
No, they would.
No, yeah, but by the time if you get up, you'd be getting up at 4 in the morning to net them. It's not a 5-minute job netting them. And then you transfer them into the travelling tanks.
That can take 2 or 3 hours just to net them.
And then, you'd arrange for most people. People who are buying the fish will understand, and they will want them when it's cooler.
Okay, I'll come to the council. So you took a view from Reading Agricultural Consultants who weren't convinced that there was a functional need to actually be living there. So you've heard what's been said about why they might need to be there overnight or at short notice. What can you sort of expand on the council's position why you're not so convinced?
Yes, the council engaged that agricultural consultant.
We just, Andrew, we can't really hear him. He's buffeting on this second. Can you get nearer the microphone?
Oh yeah,
I can hear. Is it a volume on the loudspeaker?
Just keep going, but yeah.
Okay.
Try again.
I'll try again.
Yeah.
But that's fine. From the council's perspective, we engaged the agricultural consultant who had a specialism in this field to help us appraise the written submissions that we had with the application, and based on that evidence, the specialist advised that from their perspective and their experience, they could not see a functional or essential need to live on site, and they had the benefit of reading the appeal decision previously, the new business plan, both the first version and the updated version, which had the addendum. So taking stock of that expert advice, the council view was we have evidence which is not suggesting or strongly indicating that there is a need to live on site. So we have in more detailed explanations during this hearing about what would be or what could be required for timings throughout the day.
Go on. We've got some more information about the timings. Does that sort of affect your view on the level of functional need?
I think it helps explain a need for attendance, whether it's a need to have somebody on site all year round on a permanent basis. I haven't yet come to a view on the new information we have there. But obviously, I understand there's going to be a seasonal variations that's being explained, especially with like the egg, the fish trays. Is that more of a seasonal sort of part of the year? That'd be the 3 months of spawning season.
Yeah, but then once we've actually managed to breed those fish, we then don't really want to be losing them, because we are not allowed to be there to, put right anything that's likely to be going wrong due to any catastrophe.
Well, it's like Rob said, breeding sheep. You're just chuck them back out on the field
and leave the lambs and don't check them.
Mr. Schiller?
Yeah. I've dealt with Reading agricultural consultants lots of times, and the background over the report, I think, also indicated that there wasn't sufficient information for them, and generally council has always allowed me to come back and answer or address the queries that Reading RIC have, whether it's been from livery yards to countless sheep farming, from dairies to cheese making, whatever it is. And I think in this instance, the council didn't allow us the opportunity to come back with the relevant outstanding information to help them make a learned decision on their outcome.
And they didn't visit the site.
I think we've heard that Mr. Battams has been to the site, so.
No,
the site visit involved. Oh, you mean the consultants didn't visit the site? Is that? No. I think they said that actually, that they hadn't been. Yeah. So they were basing the information, their response, on the written information. Okay. I mean, I am quite conscious that we've heard quite a lot more about how the business would operate and the timing and the seasonality. I mean, Mr. Battams, are you feeling sort of that you need a bit of time to reflect on some of that? I'm conscious we don't have Reading Agricultural here, or to what extent is there stuff there that you want to just take a bit of time reflecting on, because we could come back to it after lunch.
Yeah, I'd appreciate a bit of time to go back through some of my notes that I've been taking this morning, just to get that. So we've been getting more of an explanatory position that we've not had in previous written submissions or with the previous appeal. So it's a bit more detailed than I was expecting to date.
Right. Okay. I wondered that. So, I mean, in terms of logistics, I mean, I've got one or two other questions about sort of the operation of the business. If I could air those before lunch. And then if you ever think about, how long do you need to sort of digest what you've heard and come back with a response? Is it, and because I don't want to leave you sort of hanging, as it were.
Yes. I think during the lunch break, take a read through the documents and my notes, just to do some comparisons. I think that's
right. Okay. Well, let's make that a plan. So let me just take a quick look at my notes of things I was going to ask and see what else we might need to cover. So you've mentioned the plant sales business, which isn't yet established. And I think at one point you said that was also a need for being there overnight. That wasn't really something I'd picked up from the evidence before. So can you explain why that would mean you needed to be on site?
Well, no, we've been not to have plants.
You don't need to.
No, we don't need to be overnight for the plants.
Right.
No.
Okay. I mean, is it correct for me to understand that the need to be there overnight is for the fish, not for the plants or the pond restoration? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Okay. So we've covered that. Yeah. The pollution incident, which I think was 2021, where you had the runoff from the farmers' fields. So, was that a one-off? Have there been other incidents like that?
It's been flooding, yeah.
No.
Well, no.
They have stopped.
Liquid fertilising that field.
Okay, so that was. I mean, I appreciate it wasn't a good incident, but that was a one-off to that extent.
Yes.
Yeah, but you have mentioned more general issues with flooding. Okay, so understand that.
This is another one we need to be this.
I've got two people at the bottom. Got two people at once at the moment. Mr. Shelley, you were trying to say something about the pollution.
That's one of the problems with using liquid fertilizers is the runoff. The same effect can still happen when they use different fertilizers. It always depends when they fertilize and suddenly the chances of having rain afterwards or not. So it's difficult to say whether it was just purely a one-off. I think it would happen quicker in their instance because the farmer used liquid fertilizer. And then the rain, well, the liquid just forms part of the rest of the runoff. With fertilizers in nodes or the look like little pellets, it's different. Sometimes they get absorbed, sometimes they hang on to things, but the potential is always there. It depends on the timing of the fertilizer. It's still at the lap of the gods and third parties.
But I think Mrs. Davis just said the farmer is more aware of the issue now by the sounds of it. Is that fair? The farmer concerned is aware that was a problem and can avoid doing it again.
He's not putting liquid on anymore. He's putting pellets. Yeah.
Okay, but I understand the point that pellets can still be an issue if there's a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what about predators? You've mentioned herons, cormorants.
Fresh herons.
I mean, what can you do to prevent them? Are the ponds netted? Are there any sort of physical barriers to stop predators getting at the fish?
And so we can put tape across the ponds. On the big one, we got 2 scarecrows, dummies. But then they get used to things. So basically, they want to come in the mornings. I've been down there some mornings. 13 tried to come in, and you just have to be there to scare them off.
This is like daybreak and like dusk and sunset and sunrise. They're coming in just before. So again, you want to be there at that time of the day.
Once you scare them off, normally they don't come back in the mornings.
I mean, you've got 9 ponds.
But it's
how do you scare them off all 9 ponds just by being there?
Well, no, it's mainly the big pond at the bottom because
that's more exposed.
The others we've left the trees so they can't fly in so well. And we got tape on them.
Okay, so there's some sort of physical barriers on the smaller ponds. It's the larger one where that's an issue. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just check my notes again. And yeah, just again in terms of, sort of surveillance and somebody being there. I mean, obviously I haven't been down there yet. I can see there are various other buildings, houses, and so on nearby. I mean, what else is there? There are there people living in those buildings? Do they help?
Oh no, they don't. Well, they don't. They live in there, but they don't help. No. What you mean, looking after the place?
I mean, just I think in terms of security, knowing that there's been an intruder and so on.
Oh, I see. No.
Is there any sort of natural surveillance from the other buildings?
The people who bought the big house, basically only there weekends.
They live in London, so they're only. This is like their country residence, so they come weekends or when they want to come down, sort of thing. So they're not there all the time.
Okay.
But no, they're all set back. That's why really we won't be impacting them, because they're all set back, so they wouldn't actually see if anyone drove along and came into us.
Okay. Okay, I'm dotting around a bit now. Just a final couple of questions before we take a break and have a bit of time for reflection. Just in terms of the logistics of where you are now, you're in Uckfield at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You're still at Uckfield. How long does it take to get to the site?
Probably 15 minutes. Probably longer now. Uckfield's we got problems in the high street.
Yeah,
so.
There's loads of roadworks. It is longer, but generally 15 minutes.
Okay. And I mean, in the middle of the night when there's no traffic?
Quite a lot of speed cameras. So 15 minutes.
Still 15.
Yeah,
still 15 minutes.
Still be 15 minutes.
Minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think one of the points that the agricultural consultant brought up was, there's a distance between Uckfield and the site, but there could be other properties that are a lot closer. I mean, have you looked into living closer? Would that help?
Yeah, but not really.
No.
Because you could live in the village, like a village nearer, but you're still not, by the time you've got out of bed, dressed, because you're not actually running down your own property in your pajamas, you've got to sort of actually physically get up and get out and get in your car, get around there, get all the gates unlocked, all of this sort of thing. That's, and actually, I did think it was a bit thing of them just assuming that we could just
buy somewhere else,
sell up and buy somewhere else, and it ranged from things like 500 to nearly £1 million. It was just a bit without them knowing anything about us at all. And their situation of how we were even going to be funding this, that we would be selling their property. I just thought that was a bit, that they would assume that, really.
So I mean, it's not something you've looked into.
No.
No.
No
You're essentially telling me it's on site or nothing.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay. Mr. Schiller, your perspective on whether living, if there was something in the village that was 5 minutes rather than 15, would that make a difference?
I think even the villages is more than 5 minutes apart, but I think also you have to consider property prices. They're making, this is their dream to invest in developing this business, to create this fishery and have a life. This is a lifestyle choice that they want to do, and I would imagine from knowing other applicants, if they're going to buy another house, they sell the house and all the money goes to buying the next house. Money here is going to invest into the rural economy, is going to invest into their business, which they hope to grow, which has a wider benefit. And I think that should be taken into account. Not everyone has a bottomless pit where I will just buy a house 5 minutes down the road and then still invest in all the money we need to get a commercial fishery off the ground.
Okay.
And you're still running up when you have eggs and what they're proposing. Even if you're 10 minutes down the road, you're still having to get up through the night and go back and forth. It is a lot easier from a management perspective to be on site to manage the business, manage the eggs, to do this, to do that. You're still.
Maybe it's a job, right? I'll keep going in and then.
Your response time.
So you were breaking up a little bit there.
It's not the thing that residents would like us driving in and out 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
Every 2 hours, all through the night, keep going in and doing the gates, and you've got to take other people into consideration with these things as well.
I mean, Mr. Battens, I mean, to what extent is the availability of property elsewhere part of the council's reason for refusing?
Just not something we relied on heavily, or really something that wasn't really mentioned in the decision notice. Took the view that the applicants were looking for something on site. That's the proposal, and the site is a bit detached from the nearest villages. I think one could say that Halland village might be a little bit of a shorter distance compared to other villages around. But yeah, we didn't really did not take the view that a dwelling elsewhere in the local villages was a definitive requirement to test.
Okay, I wasn't too sure about that because it was brought up by your consultant, but not sort of specified in the reason for refusal.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not that you're saying, oh, but they could live just down the road. It's more a question of whether there's a case to be there or not. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful to clear that up. Right. So we're at 1 o'clock. I'd like to take a sort of a reasonable lunch break for a bit of time to reflect, and I'd quite like to have another read through the evidence and see if there's anything else I need to pick up. Mr. Battens, I'll come to you. How much time? I think you do need a bit of time to reflect on what you've heard and come back to us. How much time do you need? And you also need to eat.
Yes. Whether an hour break would be.
Well, an hour break. I mean, it's quite a lot, but it would give you a bit of time to think and come back. And I think we can probably still get through the rest of the agenda in the day. So if we adjourn till 2 o'clock and resume then, we'll wind up we'll sort of finish off the conversation about that first main issue and then move on to the other things. Okay. Yep. So we'll adjourn there to 1 o'clock. Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
it's 2:05 or thereabouts, and I'll resume. So to round off that first main issue, I'll come to the council. Mr. Battams, can you let's start with the question of whether there's an existing functional need. Would you like to give the council's perspective based on what you've heard, whether there's a functional need for a dwelling on the site?
As existing, no, I don't think there is. Given what we have in writing about the existing activities at the site, the proposed business is a different factor, given the anticipated fish stocks and the sales of 60, 70,000 fish a year. But taking stock of what was being said earlier prior to lunch, there's taking stock of that. It's acknowledged that there's a bit more information than had been in writing with this appeal and during the application. Given the previous appeal decision, it would have been beneficial to have that information earlier in the procedure for the current proposal. Notwithstanding that, I mean, the reasons given for some of the reasons given for staying overnight, I think the test is there, like, in terms of the MPPF, is there like an essential need? Looking at those reasons, like oxygen levels, water quality, having somebody on site, I think, could probably be desirable with the benefit of monitoring equipment, remote monitoring equipment. The council still has questions whether it's actually essential for somebody to be on site all year round on a sort of 24-hour basis, for what in terms of what the frequency of those emergencies, water quality levels, for example, can monitor and identify when things are dropping, oxygen levels the same before they even get to the critical level, and noting that there's an hour, I think, was suggested as a sort of a time period in which to respond between an alarm and the fish being in danger of death. So there's some I think there's still some leeway in terms of time to react, without. But so we don't have that information in terms of the monitoring equipment. That's how much forewarning does it actually provide? Is it only at critical times, or does it actually give a better forewarning, which gives a bit more time to return to site?
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious I didn't actually ask about how often an emergency situation might arise. I appreciate we're talking about a different scale of business, but how frequently might you expect to have an emergency with water quality, oxygenation, etc.?
It's not just those two things. It can be any emergency, can't it?
But then the water quality, that would be on the weather, so we can't decide what the weather would be.
You can tell whether it's
also the weather, the less oxygen there'll be in the water,
and storms and that sort of thing are going to influence the water. You know how it's made up, and you got a load of water coming through. It's going to change the compound of the water and that sort of thing. So you can't really say.
So, I mean, in terms of, obviously, you've got fish there at the moment. How often have you needed to get out in the middle of the night?
We haven't got breeding fish and young fish.
These are grown.
These are
established.
Yeah. Understand the point.
Yeah.
But we still have to get out in the daytime, mornings, and start the pumps up.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Now.
Sort of picking up on the emergency overnight point.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
think
It's not just emergency overnight, it's emergency anyway. That's the whole point. It doesn't necessarily, it's not, it's anyway. It's not that we're just saying we only want to be there at night because this might happen at night. It's going to happen anyway, and it's 24 hours a day. So it's not, we're not saying it's only going to happen at night.
okay, I've heard what the council's saying. I've heard desirable, but still some questions over whether it's essential to be living on site. Is that a fair sort of in a nutshell of where you think the council is?
Yeah.
Okay. What about in terms of the other part of the policy is whether there's clear evidence that the enterprise has been planned on a sound financial basis? So we've heard a bit more about the business plan. Is there anything you want to say about the council's position on that side of the policy?
I think we still have the question about doing the 60,000 or 70,000 sales. Plus, we hear the appellant's explanations and about the size of fish being influential in that type of sales. As we go from very little or nothing at the moment to 60,000 did seem quite a leap, and wasn't really explained in any of the written submissions how that number was derived. There's also still a question mark or question about how many customers are there likely to be around asking for thousands of fish to have that type of yearly quantity of sales, say 60 to 70,000, and then year 3 was another 50,000 on top of that potentially as a projection. So yeah, so we remain unconvinced at the sound financial basis for the business plan.
Right, thank you. And was there anything else that you wanted to add, having heard all the sort of additional explanation of the business, before I'll go to the appellant for a bit of a final word on this issue?
I'm happy to leave it at that point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I'll come to Mr. Schiller for a final word. I think, I mean, in particular, but the sort of key question for me is, why should I reach a different view on the need from the previous inspector? Can I ask you to give me a sort of final comment on that?
Yes, my final comments are the proposed business involves an awful lot of rearing of egg stock and a more in-depth approach to the business side of the farming, fish farming. Fish farming is a labour-intensive industry, and to say that there isn't a need to be on site when you've got thousands of fish eggs through the night is, I would be inclined to ask the council to demonstrate one fish farm that doesn't have people out there on site 24 hours a day. If a virus comes in or some eggs die and it carries on, you could lose your whole and a half a year's stock in a few tanks and a few trays. I mean, you're not dealing with 1 or 2 fish eggs, you're dealing with thousands of eggs at a time. And what Mr. Banton's or the council's I don't seem to fail to understand, you could buy 1,000 fish in a bag of water, you know. So in 60,000 isn't unheard of by any manner of means. And if you're dealing with the fish cycles over 2 years to build up to 60,000 fry, because they're all stages, it is entirely reasonable. I mean, I don't think there's an exception to the rule. The difference is to go from what they are now to a fish farm takes a lot of inward investment, takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of dedication, it takes a lot of effort. They've got the support of local businesses, which you would think the council would promote, You have Will, whose background is running a fishery already. He's already run a fish farm, so he knows what he's talking about. He restores ponds. He wants to develop that business, not only from restoring ponds, but being able to supply the fish to them. And I believe there is a functional need for them to be on site if they're allowed to be on site. They can demonstrate that over the temporary period of 3 years. And the whole idea of councils giving the 3-year period is in essence to be able to demonstrate both the functional need and the viability. That's it. Sorry.
Sorry. Just reflecting. I think I've got the information I need from both parties to understand what I need to take a view on, in terms of you're being quite upfront that it's about establishing a business and establishing the need and the viability. So I need to ask myself the questions of whether the policy tests for that sort of temporary trial period, if you like, have been fulfilled. I think I've got the information I need to take a view on that. So I'm happy to move on to the next issue, unless anyone's burning to say something additional on that. Good. Okay. Right. Let's move on then, because we've still got quite a few things to cover. So item 3 on my agenda is the effect on the character and appearance of the area. I mean, again, on the agenda, I've just listed what I think are the most relevant policies. I think that's probably more straightforward in this case. I'm quite clear about what the policies are. I'll just check with Mr. Battens. In the core strategy, there's the objective 13, but you haven't highlighted a particular policy on character or landscape or design. Is that so? You relying on the Wealden local plan policies? You're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, so we're relying on the policy-wise. It's from the Wealden local plan.
So those are the ones to focus in on, in addition to the objective. That's fine. Yes. Okay. So we've covered the point about the siting and which drawing I'm looking at. Can you, just because I haven't been there yet, can you just describe to me a little bit about what is on site at the moment? I mean, I know the ponds are there and there's woodland and open space. You've referred to some buildings and some hard standing. Can you just sort of paint a little bit of a picture about what's physically on the site at the moment?
Oh, sorry.
I'll come to Mr. Pope. Sorry. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. We've got an open shed, garage shed
and the
thing
lockable shed
with a lockable bit on the side for mowers.
So like an open fronted shed type thing. Yeah.
And then when we go down to the bottom, there's a shed on the right hand side.
Yeah.
That's for the mowers. And then on the left hand side, we've got a summer house.
Okay. So there are some sort of structures on the site at the moment. I'll see these obviously. Yeah. And there's a proposed access. Is there's some hard standing at the moment? I think you said. To what extent is there hard standing and access formed at the moment?
Well, the access was when people wanted to come in. We got a right of way across the access.
There's a drive. There's a drive comes in, and then there's a bit of a
turning area, and then
a drive up to the shed.
Okay, right. I get the picture. And I'm taking it from the contours. The land sort of falls fairly steadily down towards the ponds. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, can we just talk about the change in ground levels at the moment? I've got a cross section that shows the mobile home being dug down somewhat into the ground. Was that proposed with the previous appeal? There was sort of reference to it being proposed but not very clear. So I'm sort of curious what he was looking at.
Yeah,
it was the same. It's just in a different position.
Sorry, I got two people at once there. No. So it's now in a different position.
That's right. It's gone 18 metres back up. 18
metres, thanks. Back up the hill towards the driveway.
Yeah.
Okay. But was it proposed to be dug down into the ground previously?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just a contour of the ground. You'd have to dig the ground out to put a mobile home there anyhow, which would form the need for a retaining wall and then the hedge above it.
Okay, so Mr. Battams is looking perplexed, and the inspector said something slightly ambiguous about the ground level. So what do you think was proposed before?
I've just, as we're talking, I'm just looking through the plans with the previous first application and the appeal. There's nothing definitive saying that scheme was going to be dug into the ground. In terms of the drawings, they didn't show anything like excavations.
Have you got the side view then?
For the
ground level.
One at a time. Let me hear Mr. Battams out first.
Yes.
So in terms of the drawings,
for the very first application, which went to that first appeal, there was nothing on the drawings that identified a clear excavation into the ground. So that, in my reading of the first inspector's decision letter, that's why I believe he said it was unclear to him whether it was generally going to be a development dug into the ground.
Okay, so I'll come to let me come to Mr. Schiller. What's your understanding of what the inspector was looking at
a year ago? It wasn't made clear whether it would be a retaining wall and how it would be dug into the ground. That's one of the reasons why we submitted the second application, because you had a better understanding, also in conjunction with the impact on the listed buildings around the area. The idea with it being dug into the ground and some hedging around the top would mitigate any visual impact or reduce the visual impact. Hence why the second application we submitted, the drawings show that it's dug into the ground, and it does show some landscaping. That's the reasoning behind it. Yeah, that's the reasoning behind it. So it was the second application was more in line with what the inspector was wanting to see, how it was dug in, the retaining wall, and any landscaping around it. Which we.
I mean, I obviously wasn't there. I'm hoping the inspector didn't say what he wanted to see, because we don't really do that. I think I'm understanding that Mr. and Mrs. Pope may well have been intending that the mobile home was sunk down, but that wasn't shown on the plans.
Exactly. You couldn't physically put it there as it is, because it would be like this. So you'd have to dig it in to get it flat. But
the plan didn't actually show how that would be done.
Retaining wall, no.
Okay, so retaining wall wasn't shown. Contours weren't you didn't have an existing proposed cross section of the contours.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think also, I think the decision notice did make reference to the caveat in the title deeds about the 3 metre. I'm just trying to remember offhand. There's a caveat that they can't have a structure higher than 3 metres on the site. And that was one of the other reasons why they would dig it into the ground.
Is that a covenant on the land?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I think the previous inspector said he hasn't seen that. I haven't seen it. It's a different thing from planning. But I've heard. What I really need to understand is, am I looking at different plans from the previous inspector? So I think I understand that the plans that I've got are now a bit more detailed
Yes.
in terms of the landscaping, the levels, and so on. Okay, thank you. That's useful. And then in the planning statement, there are pictures of a modern mobile home, and I've got elevations for the mobile home. I mean, I'd say quite commonly when there's an application for a mobile home, you're not looking at a particular design.
No, but
are you proposing this particular design of mobile home?
Or just the size?
That particular design that was drawn, it seems to be a standard size and a standard layout from a couple different manufacturers that do produce them.
Okay.
Council.
So I've got proposed elevations, the coloured elevations. Are you saying that the particular kind of mobile home would be as per those elevations?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the council's understanding? Because I mean, quite often when you have an application for a mobile home, you don't necessarily know what it's going to look like.
Yes, that's correct. We can take the view that it could be a small caravan, a double unit, based on information with the applications. We've taken the view that the drawing proposed depicted the type of caravan or caravan unit that was to be installed.
Right. Okay. And I mean, how would that be controlled? I suppose we'll come on to conditions a bit later. So would you be relying on the plans condition for that to be the case?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, and then I mean, just staying with the design at the moment, Mr. Battams, the officer report did say something about the questioning the dimensions of what's shown on the plans and whether it does comply with a mobile home or not. I wasn't entirely following. Can you elaborate?
Let me find that piece. Yeah, certainly with the first application. Sorry to jump back a bit. Certainly, the first application that was proposing a caravan, and dimensions of that unit were falling outside the parameters of a caravan of legal definition. This one, there was just, which I think that there was just a little bit of just a moment of doubt regarding whether there's going to be overhangs of roof, whether that would
spot in there.
take us.
So that, yeah, there was a reference to overhanging eaves.
Yes.
And I wasn't seeing any overhanging eaves.
Yeah.
That's why I got confused.
Yeah.
Mr. Pope, you look like you might want to shed some light.
That was an error on our surveyor who done the drawing. There was no overhanging on the eaves, but on one of the drawings, he's got the width for 6.8.
6.7.
6.7.
Yeah. So it shows it's within the thing, but I think it's just the way he had drawn it. It looks like there is, but there isn't on the design of the mobile home. There is no overhanging.
Yeah. So the drawings I've got, if I look, I sort of take the end elevation.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no eaves whatsoever.
No,
I also haven't got any dimensions. So
on this
so which one?
Drawing 3.
Drawing 3. Right on.
It has the dimensions. Yeah, on the lower one.
All right. I'm going to need to zoom in. Hey. Yeah. Sorry, bear with me. I'm going to have to open it up and zoom in. And my mouse is playing up. So drawing 3.
The other drawing.
Hang on, bear with me. Just let me get that in front. So are we looking at the section drawing at the bottom?
Yes. And that's
No.
the one that looks like it's got an overhang on it,
Ah, right. I see.
but it hasn't. Like, they haven't got an overhang on them, if you see what I mean. So I think that's just the way that the surveyor had.
Okay. So I think I see. So the section drawing has like a pink roof,
Yes,
which does have eaves on it.
but there isn't any.
But the elevations, the more detailed or the larger scale elevations don't.
No, and on the picture above that, like looking down on it, it says proposed mobile home 19 times 6.7.
Oh, I see. On the plan, on drawing 3, proposed mobile home 19 times 6.7.
7, yeah.
And do those dimensions correspond with the elevations that I have, like the
Yes.
coloured elevations?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Battams, does that, are you happy that what we have is plans of a mobile home that is a mobile home, or is there any residual concern about that?
Yeah, I was just doing a quick check on the PDF plans with the measuring tool. So that cross section where it does show that bit of overhang, yes, the overhang would be beyond the 6.8 meter dimension. But the other drawings would be within the definition of a legal definition of a caravan. So
right, okay.
I think it
sounds like it might be something we need to come back to when we get to conditions. If I was allowing that, we'd be quite clear what was being allowed. But okay, so I understand where the issue has arisen. Okay, good. That's that point. So coming on to the siting, can the appellants explain the rationale for where it's proposed to be sited on the site? Why there?
But it was there, wasn't the original?
Well, yeah, but we're going on this one now.
This one that's where we didn't want it.
Well, because it's a bit higher, it's higher up.
It's higher up the hill.
Yeah.
So there's more reason for
But
Mr. Bantam to refuse it.
But the reason that it's on that bit is because that's clear ground, whereas the other side you've got woods or you've got ponds, so you can't physically have it in the middle of the ponds or in the woods.
So it's an open part of the site.
Well,
It's on a little steeper part of the hill, which means it will be disguised down in.
Because if you go further down, then it's just flat.
Okay, so you're saying
would
be dug in more because there's more of a slope.
It would be hidden more.
Okay.
And for security, you're at the beginning of the site, so you're there. You can see everything in front of you and behind you and around you.
Yeah. So, I mean, the previous inspector's decision, I appreciate you had discussion during the hearing and it's moved and all that we talked about earlier, but the previous inspector did say it would be in a currently undeveloped open part of the site, visible from parts of the surrounding area, relative isolation from other built form, incongruous and out of keeping. Now, the proposal I've got is not quite the same siting, but it's quite similar. So how do you justify putting it there in terms of visibility?
But for a start, we've planted the hedgerow up more.
So there isn't, but who is it that's going to be seeing it? Because the houses the other side of the concrete road the other houses don't overlook it.
Okay, so where do they? I mean, I'll see.
But
I'll see tomorrow.
Yes.
But
there's trees and
but they're all behind hedges and trees and
Yeah.
their gardens.
beech
So
hedges they got.
so they're not actually physically can't see into their property from their houses.
so if I was up on the access road, what would I be seeing of the mobile home? If I was up near the other
hedge.
houses,
But on the
Hedges.
other,
The
probably,
hedge,
probably nothing.
just the hedge,
Yeah.
hedge behind it.
Yeah. You wouldn't see it.
because is this the new hedge or hedging that
Yeah.
you've already planted?
No, a new
New
hedge
hedge.
on top of the
Behind.
retaining wall.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what about the public rights of way? So I've seen there's public rights of way to either side of the site. What would you see from there?
Nothing.
But those footpaths don't come down anywhere near where the property is going to be placed. There's one right at the very bottom of the at the far pond at the very bottom. There's a public footpath. Then there's a public footpath that goes on the road, access road, into the fields beyond.
Right. Yes.
But
yeah, I've seen the layout.
Yeah, nothing round the border apart from right down at the very bottom.
Okay, so I'll come to the council. Part of your reason for refusal was the effect on the landscape. Do you want? Can you give me your perspective on the effect of the siting on the landscape?
I did take the lead from the previous inspector's decision, but prior to that, we had already, in our first application decision, considered that siting appeared isolated within the field, lacked sort of integration with any other buildings. When one is at the track, the access track to the east of the site, there's a definitely vantage point, and that's where the public rights of way meets the concrete access track, and do have a view westward towards the site, and that caravan unit would, the views that I obtained during my visits, one would clearly see that caravan set in the middle of the paddock.
So that's where the public right of way to the east meets the access road.
Yeah,
is that right. Yeah. So that's something that's a viewpoint I can look at tomorrow. Okay. Anything else on the effect on the landscape?
Just it's a character point saying because it's not got any integration with other buildings, it would appear out on its own, isolated. The point has been made that it's not viewed greatly by other properties in the area, but there's that planning principle where if something is not readily visible to the lots of members of the public or from private views, there can still be a character point in terms of buildings appearing sort of out of place in a more rural, open, undeveloped area. So the scheme here was a caravan, a structure within an open and pastoral landscape. And one can see that the pastoral arable landscape where you do see those rolling fields.
I think that's a bit out of, well, you'll see tomorrow, but it's a bit out of context. There is a building, the open-sided sheds nearby. You've got the hardcore at the top. And it does integrate well into the site. But I mean, that's the inspector's choice. But I think where it is now, I mean, I think where you wanted us to move it to, it makes it more visible. There, where we originally, well, where this application started from, not the first application, this application. But there is the open-sided shed. It's not that far away. How many meters is the open-sided shed?
We're near that now.
Yeah. I mean,
closer to the shed.
It's more in relation to the other buildings and the hard standing and things like that. I wouldn't say that it's. I mean, at the end of the day, one could argue that it was a commercial fishery. It's previously developed land.
The way what Andrew's saying about the public footpath, when they walk through, he hasn't mentioned they'll be walking past industrial units as well.
Whereabouts? So I've seen there are houses and converted buildings. Give me a bit of an explanation of what else is there.
They're all industrial units.
When you first come up the concrete road before you turn right, then you're on the public footpath. Right there's a block of industrial units.
As you go past us, the industrial units carry on. And planning's just gone in for 2 more industrial units. So they may not get passed, but they may do. So they'll be right next door to us. So we'll be close to industrial units on next to airland.
So there are other buildings.
Oh yeah.
There are other buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, and I will see those.
Yeah.
I mean, why not right next to the other buildings? Why is it, or is it proposed to be sort of in the middle of the open area?
Sorry.
Well, because as far as we were concerned, it was more discreet. It was going to be less, because if it was up next to the shed, it's on flat ground, so it would be completely out of the ground.
Right.
Not being
more of a visual impact if it was next door to the other shed.
Yeah.
What we've done is to please the council, but it hasn't pleased them.
Okay, so you say putting it further up the site, close to existing buildings, it would also be on flatter, higher ground, so not dug in so much. Is that?
It won't be dug in at all.
An understanding?
A little bit, but not.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, Mr. Battams, can you kind of comment for me on the trade-off between being nearer the buildings and higher up but not dug in? What's best in landscape terms?
Our policies do talk about having sort of farm buildings, for example, having them integrated with existing structures, where there are structures. Not the idea to try and consolidate rather than have buildings scattered throughout a field or a paddock. So just keep more. That would help retain more openness to a field, by dotting development further around more sporadically throughout the paddock or a field. Then one does start to lose the open character to that sort of rural setting. So it's not an easy trade-off, this one, because conscious of that. That ground does slope downward in a northerly direction to the ponds, but we've never had that sort of discussion with the applicants or the appellants about resiting. It's just application has been submitted with a scheme presented to us rather than.
But there was no option given.
There was no pre-application discussions to sort of thresh out a position and understanding of, is there a better location to put a caravan or a structure in this sort of instance.
I mean, I will look at what's before me, which is drawing 3. So I think that helps me understand broadly what I'm looking at. Are there any other particular viewpoints that the council thinks I should look at it from? So I've got the right of way where it meets the access road. I'll have a good general look around, but are there any particular viewpoints you want to highlight?
That's the one that I've already mentioned about the right of way with where it meets the access track. I think just generally along, I suppose, the access track where it meets where it heads southwestwards.
Mhm.
And the views from there, because it does change. One does have the existing buildings that would be behind, and then the other side, and you'll see the open. You'll see the buildings, but you'll see open character more northward of those old farm buildings and ones that have been converted to industrial usage.
I'll be able to see those.
Yep.
What about the other right of way that's to the west? I'm partly getting a sense of how far I need to walk on
Yes.
site. I'll take a few when I get there, clearly, but are there sort of outlooks from the right of way to the west that I need to bear in mind?
There are some. There's it's more screened because there's trees amongst the edges of those neighbouring fields, but I think it's worth having a quick look, to gauge.
Right. Okay. So we'll do that. And I mean, from the sorry, go on.
So I just interject. I just wondered, would it be beneficial if I brought the site plans of the previous application so you can compare the siting, because the actual red lines are the red line area for the previous scheme and the current scheme before you, they are actually the same red line site area, so there's not a difference in position.
I can't take evidence on site,
okay,
so that would be new evidence. And the logistics of getting them to me beforehand are quite complicated at this point, I would say. I think I've understood enough about what the previous inspector was looking at and what's now proposed to take a view. I think I've understood where the differences are. So no, I don't think I need to introduce that at this point. On the appellant side, are there viewpoints that you think have not been mentioned that you would particularly want me to look at beyond taking a good general look around?
No, I think you'll understand it more tomorrow.
Yeah, I think
actually see it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just take a good walk around, and I will plan enough time to take a walk up the footpaths. And I will also want to see getting back to the fishery business. I'll also want to have a walk around the ponds. So we'll allow plenty of time for that. Just on character and appearance, the reducing of the ground level and putting a retaining wall in. So if after 3 years the business hadn't got established and everything needed to be restored, what's involved in doing that?
I think that's my business, groundworks.
Filling a hole.
And stuff. So now I've got the equipment to do it. It'll be done. That would be in a week's work.
And so would you be actually physically removing the retaining wall?
Yeah.
And re-establishing the gradients, you're sort of on board with the fact that that would be an implication if the temporary permission was, if that was it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the council had some concerns about the level of restoration work if it was all put back as it was.
Yeah, well, they're not in the business, are they? Really? No.
Mr. Batten, do you want to, what are your observations on the effectiveness of restoration, the level of work that would need to be done?
Yes, we've just had just more of a core precautionary approach. I think that with temporary development, having to incorporate additional groundworks and retaining wall, from our sort of view, it just adds a bit more complexity essentially to restoring the land. But the appellants are aware that in the event the permission was granted, but temporary did not proceed into a permanent, that they would have to undertake that kind of restoration work. So we just, it was more of a precautionary thing. It just seems another little step into the extent of the development. It's not just a straightforward placing a caravan on the site with a bit of hard standing. There's more involved.
So it's not so much, you're not so much saying they wouldn't be able to restore it. It's it's sort of a higher level of work at the outset than you would normally have in mind. Is that fair? Right. Okay. Mrs. Pope?
It won't be being put back because we will make a go of it. Just that's just put everyone's
that's not in
rest.
front of me.
That's if you're minded to allow temperate consents.
So I just need to understand that, that I know what I would be approving temporarily if that was it, that I understand what the restoration would involve. Okay. Let me just review my questions on the visual side of things. Okay, no, I mean those are the questions that I had. I'll just sort of go around the table. If I come to the council for any final points on the effect on character and appearance, anything that we haven't covered that you think I should be aware of when I'm looking at it?
Here, what I think the relevant point to be made for both sides, and you have all they've written submissions, so yeah, it's tomorrow's the test as well.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Mr. and Mrs. Pope, anything else you want to highlight that we haven't talked about in terms of the visual effect?
I think tomorrow we'll sort that out, I think, yeah.
Okay, so I'll come to Mr. Schiller for a bit of final word, because I'm also conscious you're not going to be there tomorrow. Is there anything else that you particularly want to highlight?
No, I think the design, the location, and the siting of the caravan has very much been led by the visual impact. That's one of the reasons why digging it into the banking and doing the planting around the top. From the outset, Julie and Will have been very conscious of trying to minimise the impact of the caravan and not just putting it up on the hardcore in the middle of the car park. So I believe that we have taken it on board and designed it in a way to minimise any visual impact to the surrounding area. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, okay, so I think that concludes item 3, that main issue. Where are we? 5 to 3. I think could we just take a 5-minute break just for a screen break there? Because I think we're then into a whole series of things that probably don't need quite as lengthy discussion. We can group those together, but I wouldn't mind a 5-minute break. So we'll adjourn for 5 minutes and come back at 3 o'clock.
Right.
we'll just give Mr. Schiller a minute. Sorry, that was a fairly quick 5 minutes. Conscious I don't want to keep you too long at the end of the day.
Just phoned him.
Sure, I'll be back in a sec.
Just sent him a text.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're on mute.
Sorry, just apologising. I've got an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old on holiday as well.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to item 4, which is the main issue about whether the statutory requirement for biodiversity net gain is capable of being discharged. I mean, again, I've listed the relevant policies, although I think that this is really more about the statutory requirement and the mechanism rather than fulfilling development plan policies per se, I think. So let me just understand what I'm looking at. In terms of the biodiversity net gain metric, I've got 2 versions of that on the appeal file. One of them is called copy of Pope 10 acres, the statutory biodiversity, etc., and shows 100% loss. And then the other one is a copy of that, which shows a 13.4% or 13.04% gain. Can I just be, I mean, I think I should be looking at the version that shows a net 13.04% gain on the basis that the council didn't say there wasn't going to be a net gain. But can I just be sure that that's correct?
Yes, that's correct, because there was a bit of toing and froing from the council, and the 13.8 net gain is the correct one.
So is that the most recent one? So you've had a bit of toing and froing, and that's why I've got more than one. Is that right?
Yeah, because
sorry.
Yeah, I was saying Will and Joy had to go back and forth, and I ended up sort of being the middleman between the council, me, and the ecologists. So right. The one you have is the 13.8 is the final correct.
So let me just double check with Mr. Battams. Are you happy that the 13-point-something% gain is the one that I should be looking at if I want to look at the actual metric?
Yes, I've just double checked what we had on our record. So yes, 13.04.
Yeah.
Net gain is the one that was used.
That's fine.
As part of the application determinations.
That's fine. So I'll ignore the other one. So, I mean, can Mr. Schiller or Mr. and Mrs. Pope just outline, so I'm understanding this correctly, what's actually physically involved in delivering that 13% gain? I think it's something to do with grassland, but can you sort of explain what's actually proposed?
Well,
yeah, we're having on the drawing.
Wild meadow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's replacing grassland for wild meadow.
Okay, so it's better grassland, kind of, in effect. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And hedging, there'd be hedging, wouldn't there? There's, you know.
Okay. So I mean, I'm taking it from what I've read that the council's happy that the sort of physical measures to achieve 10% net gain are possible. The issue is to do with the mechanism for delivering them. Is that right?
Yes, that's our view. That's sort of technical. How does one secure that mechanism?
Okay, so it's all about the mechanism rather than the actual physical changes. Okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that right. So there's a difference of opinion between you about whether that could be secured by a condition or whether a legal agreement is required. So can I come to probably Mr. Schiller first, I suspect, to explain how you think it could work without a legal agreement, as you've not proposed one?
I think something like that could be done by condition, because it's not as if it's an onerous task. It's not a major development. It's not something that necessarily needs a Section 106 agreement. I mean, Section 106 agreements impose additional legal costs and things like that. I think it can be demonstrated they've already planted up some of the hedges. I think they have the facilities and capability of doing it, and just having it signed off by the council to see that the work has been done.
Okay, so it's not within the application site, so it's on land that's edged blue. Is that an obstacle to doing it that way?
I don't see that the problem was an obstacle, because all the fish ponds are all in the area edged in blue as well.
Okay.
So is the shed and the other buildings on site. They're all out with the red line, aren't they?
Yes, because I think the red line is purely the access and the site and the actual footprint of the mobile home, effectively. Okay, so the council's view, as I understand it, is that's not right and it would need a legal agreement. Can you explain why?
Yes, it's just been going on the guidance that's on government websites to do with biodiversity net gain. It's coming down to the fact that the red line for the application site only incorporates the access to the site and where the caravan would be located, and plus a bit of car parking area. And the guidance, government guidance for the BNG does explicitly state where land for the BNG is not within the red line, but was in the blue line area, that it's technically it is actually off-site for the purposes of this net gain, and then it goes on to state where it's off-site, it has to be secured by a Section 106 legal agreement. And this one is able to go and buy credits through the national scheme or I suppose accredited BNG site elsewhere, but
you're not particularly suggesting they should do that. It's a question.
No, that's looking at the hierarchy of where BNG should be achieved. It's on site, somewhere nearby, and then getting down the hierarchy line down to the national credit scheme. So preference would be provide it within the application site. Can't do it this time because of the red line being sort of fairly tightly drawn around the area for the caravan and the car parking. So that leads us to it's within the blue line, so technically off-site, even though it's in the appellant's own ownership. But that bit of land doesn't have a covenant for BNG, so it gets into that complexity of to meet that statutory net gain requirement. We've got land, it's not got a covenant for BNG, therefore we're looking at the unilateral or Section 106 agreement to secure that small parcel of land for the relevant time.
Okay, and you're getting that from government guidance. So Mr. Schiller, I think the council has sort of directed me to the guidance they're talking about.
Okay.
Why
Would this
should
not
I
be
disagree?
well, wouldn't this be deemed a self-build? And that's exactly exempt from BNG because they're building it, they're putting in the work themselves, and it's actually previously developed land, so their BNG contribution is on site. The purpose of the building or the structure is to run the business on the site as well, and that falls within blue lined area. But at the end of the day, it is a self-build. They're living in it. They're putting it there to live in, to run the business. And as
you
such,
haven't claimed a self-build exemption, as far as I know.
they will not put a tick of self-build on the SIL form when I submitted the application.
Let Mr. Battens have a look. I'll have a look at the application form as well.
The other thing is below 100 square meters, so it's still exempt as well. Just thinking about it.
Sorry, run that past me again. Exempt because, did you say
Well,
100?
Yeah, it's less than 100 square meters.
Mm.
Mr. Battens?
Yeah. Looking at the SIL application form, that additional information, I can't find anything ticked for claiming a self-build or intention to claim a self-build exemption under the SIL regulations. And exemption under the SIL regulations for self-build is different to.
Was different from BNG as well. I mean,
yes.
I suppose.
Yes, yeah, I think it is.
Well, I think BNG self-build is one of the exemptions.
It's
the BNG, isn't it?
It's yes, BNG can have an exemption for self-build dwellings, but this is a caravan, which is a use of land, so it's not. I don't believe that would fall within the scope of the self-build house. Sorry, let me get it around the right way. The self-build and custom house building regulations definition of a self-build, which gives the exemption for the BNG.
Conscious so this is a new point. I think you haven't previously claimed that it's a self-build exemption. I think unless anyone could give me chapter and verse proving that a mobile home can be self-build.
Well, no, I mean, it was just I mean, in terms of people agreed, but I mean, I just assumed that through BNG that it wouldn't be. It's a question. I mean, the BNG can be obtained on site. I mean, the whole idea of having the caravan there is to run the business. And at the end of the day, they have demonstrated that they can meet the criteria. I think it's a bit overzealous having to go into a section 106 to demonstrate that. I think by condition it can be done. I mean, it is a temporary consent at the end of the day.
Can my other question, which is going to take us in a slightly different direction, but in terms of the procedure, if planning permission was granted, it would be subject to the biodiversity net gain condition, which is a standard condition, which then requires that a biodiversity gain plan is approved. Does the council know of any reason why a legal agreement couldn't come in at that point, as opposed to now?
Just caught me on the hop with that one question. I don't know the answer to that. I'll be honest. My reading of the guidance is that it should be the section 106 should be should be up front with the planning decision. So, yeah, I think I'm not confident to say that unilateral or Section 106 could be secured at the net gain condition stage at this point, but I may have to go away and find some examples if there's any that tell me otherwise.
Okay, so I mean, I think let me be open with you. As far as I know, and it is quite a new area of planning law and procedures falling into place and everything else. As far as I know, a legal agreement, if it's needed, could come in with the biodiversity gain plan. Because it's quite an evolving field, I'm keen to give you the chance to tell me if you know that's wrong. I can likewise make sure I know whether it can or not when I'm looking at this issue. So I think that probably tells me what I need to know, that I need to get my head around the procedure and what would be required to secure it. But I'll come back to Mr. Schiller. If the council is right that the government guidance says a legal agreement is required, are you and your clients going to be prepared to enter into it further down the line if that's necessary?
Yes, I think we would be prepared to enter into it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have some concerns about the cost and so on, but
Well, understandably for a Section 106, because the council dictates their costs for doing it, and then obviously my client needs a solicitor to say what it'll cost on their side. So I mean, at the end of the day, this is trying to get a rural business off the ground for a temporary rural workers dwelling. And if you're minded to allow the appeal and they have to enter an agreement, they will enter an agreement. But at least then they know that they're putting up, they're spending the money then for a result rather than doing it all beforehand. I know it seems to be it's just probably a bit more of a simplistic approach, but they would be inclined to do it. But we just didn't think a Section 106 would be needed.
Was needed. Okay. I feel that this is probably something for me to take away and get my head around the legislation now that I understand where both parties are coming from. Is that okay from your perspective, or do either of you want to add anything else to the discussion?
No.
No. Okay. Right. So I think that effectively doesn't resolve, but covers the second reason for refusal, and I've got what I need on that. Right, that probably brings us to the end of item 4. So that's all the main issues, as it were. We're going to come on to the planning balance and sort of weighing up harms and benefits and that side of things. So we will come back to that side of things. But let me move on to the other considerations first. So the effect on the setting of the listed buildings. I do completely recognise that this wasn't a reason for refusal, and I know that it was on the previous appeal. So I've seen what both parties have said about the previous appeal decision and the listed buildings. As I said at the beginning, nevertheless, I've got a statutory duty to show that I've had regard to the effect on the setting of listed buildings, and particularly in this case, there's a Grade 2 star building involved. So I need to make sure I've got the evidence to cover that. So just to check my understanding, as far as I know, there are 4 listed buildings near the site. There's Hallam Park Farmhouse, which is Grade 2. There's the ruins of the previous Hallam Park, which is also Grade 2. There's a barn, which is Grade 2 star, and there's Godfrey's. Am I right that that's a separate dwelling a bit further back along the lane? Is that right? Okay. And I think that's all the listed buildings I've seen mentioned. Is that right?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay. So I've got the previous inspector's decision, which sets out for each of the buildings his view on the significance of those, and I've got the heritage statement which draws on that. I mean, can I check, is there anything that maybe particularly the council wants to sort of highlight or add or draw to my attention, sort of over and above the information that I've got from those sources?
I don't think I need to draw anything further. Having read the previous appeal decision, and the inspector did very detailed, setting out his reasons for the listed building set-in and finding no harm. We accepted those explanations, that decision on that part, so we're not, don't feel like we're trying to swim against the tide on that one.
Okay, so if I sort of refer to what he said in terms of the significance of the buildings and the setting, you're not sort of contesting any of that at this stage. Okay, I mean on the appellant's side, I mean I'm kind of presuming you're happy with that, but is there anything that I should particularly look at in terms of the descriptions of significance and setting in that decision, or am I reasonably safe to rely on those?
So the amount of time it took to go through and do, yes.
Okay, I mean, has anything physically changed on the ground in terms of the surroundings of those listed buildings? It was only a year or so ago, but has anything significant changed? Okay. And then, I mean, so based on that previous decision, I think the inspector came to the view that the site was within the wider setting of the listed buildings, but the effect was neutral. Is that, as opposed to it's not within the setting, which is a slightly different point? Is that sort of accepted to be an agreed position?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Council.
And then, I mean, just out of interest from the council, do you know in any detail why the barn is 2-star as opposed to 2? I mean, I appreciate you may not have gone into this because it's not a main issue, but is it particularly big, particularly well preserved, or?
I think it's quite well preserved. I wouldn't say it's particularly big in terms of a barn, but I say its preservation. Preserved status is quite obvious when you view it. Yes, why it's elevated or put as a 2-star listing. I'm not.
It doesn't really. It's not really spelled out in the list, and that's fine. I just thought I'd check. And I mean, just in practical terms, am I going to be able to see those 4 buildings? Reasonably clearly on the site. Okay, that's fine.
See, Godfrey's is right up there, isn't
it? So I suppose, I mean, the one thing I probably do need to ask is we've established that the siting has actually slightly changed from the previous inspector's decision, so it's a bit higher up, but the plans are confirming that it is dug into the slope. So I will need to look at whether that makes any difference. Does the council? I mean, you're still kind of accepting that the previous inspector's conclusions were valid with the new siting. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the siting is as pulled up as it's been suggested, but I still think the inspector's points are valid. So from that scheme to the current scheme before you, I think it's still the same.
Okay.
The same.
It might be partly I'm looking at the plan that's sort of zoomed in on the immediate area rather than the site as a whole. So I'll get a sense of how much it changes. Right. Okay, so no one's telling me there's anything additional I need to look at as a result of that. Okay, so I think that's fine. I will be I will be looking at the listed buildings when I come to the site, and sort of I need to take my own view, but I'll be drawing on the evidence that I've got from that previous decision to do so. Okay, thank you for that. So my second other consideration was just to check the position on habitats regulations assessment. So there's the Ashdown Forest Special Protection Area and Special Area of Conservation. So I've understood that the site's outside the 7-kilometre buffer for the Special Protection Area, and I think actually I saw an environmental impact assessment screening by our team yesterday, which told me it's quite a long way outside. It's about 11 kilometres outside the buffer. Okay, so am I right that the 7-kilometre buffer is relevant to the Special Protection Area and recreational disturbance? So if it's outside, not an issue.
Not an issue, correct.
Is that to be
Yes.
going to the chase?
Yes.
And then in terms of the Special Area of Conservation and air quality, am I right that the 7-kilometre buffer is not relevant to that side
correct.
of things?
Yes.
Okay. But I've read the council's officer report, which I mean I've seen that sort of analysis before, that based on the 2019 plan and the level of growth in that, the air quality's not an issue. I need to check with you that there hasn't been any change in the last 3 or 4 months, because it's not unheard of for habitats things to change.
No change on that
Okay.
point.
Okay. That's fine. That's all I needed to check on habitats regulations side of thing. Okay, so let's come to, where are we? 3:30. We'll press on for a little bit. So my third other consideration was to look at the planning balance and any other benefits. So I've seen from the officer report that the council doesn't have a 5-year housing land supply at the moment, and obviously I appreciate this is for a temporary dwelling, but it is housing. And when you decided the application, you did apply the paragraph 11D balance process, which actually the previous inspector didn't. I don't know whether it wasn't raised or what, but it's not in there. Yep. So can I just sort of make sure that I've understood where they are? Where is your housing land supply position at the moment?
Present time, we've quoted the supply of 3.68 years.
Okay, so I mean I know it's agreed that it's below 5, but that gives me a sense of the actual figure. So that raises the situation where I need to be looking at potentially weighing up any potential harm versus benefits. So let me just give all parties an opportunity to talk about benefits of the proposal and what sort of weight that I might need to put on those. So I think I'll come to Mr. Schiller first. Can you talk to me about what you would want me to be weighing up in terms of benefits, and then I'll come to the council for a view on sort of what level of weight those might carry.
Okay, I think food security, the rural economy. The rural economy is really a cornerstone for South East. There's so many farmers that are retiring. There's so many people. There's such an exodus of people leaving rural communities that I think is vitally important that someone comes in. People come in. People are prepared to come in and invest into rural areas, rural economies, which generate spin-offs. You know, these fish get sold to different other businesses, which in turn help ground workers, it helps vets, it helps anything down to students wanting a summer job. Not everyone can live and just commute to London. I think there's a real impetus that people have to start not only looking after the environment, but managing the countryside and farming, whether it's fish farming, sheep farming, poultry, whatever, is a fundamental important factor for the rural economy. And Julie and Will are actually creating a public benefit. They're creating a local good in restoring these old fish, this old fishery. I mean, the reason why the fishery closed down was the chap in Holland Park House got too old and he gave up. He just went into ruin. And then his rest of his family didn't want to carry it on. So the place gets split up and sold. So I think we have to stop these things carrying on, and we have to promote people wanting to start rural businesses.
And if you had to put up sort of level of weight on those benefits, what would you say?
That's difficult. I'm a country boy.
Very objectively now.
Born and bred on a farm, and we still farm. I think it's vitally important for the fabric of a local community, because people who work in farms, people who work on fish farms, whatever, they contribute to the local shops, the candlestick maker, the baker, the people who supply the medicine, the people that supply the diggers, the tractors, even the hairdressers, all benefit from local retaining and keeping a proper local community together. Not only the fish is going to benefit the rivers, they're going to benefit other fisheries, going to benefit ponds and all sorts of added on businesses. It's just not Will and Julie's requirement. It does contribute, and it waters down probably, but it goes across. It's a wider and a bigger picture to allow it. That's why I feel passionate about it.
Okay, thank you. So let me come to the council on the benefits side. You've heard what's been said. What sort of weight would you put on those benefits, and have you got any observations?
So the weight to be given would probably be moderate. Don't want to underplay what's been said. Primarily, we are looking at a dwelling that's in what would be deemed an unsustainable location, because it's not really well located in terms of proximity to villages, of rural settlements or towns. We do have the exception policies for saying why a dwelling might be allowed in the countryside, which that policy is consistent with the National Planning Policy Framework about managing spatial patterns of growth. So the exception test is, does this have a functional, essential need to be there, a dwelling to be there for supporting the rural business? So I think the economic benefits do attract weight, but I think in the balance, we would say that they're on the moderate side, given the fact that it is one dwelling, a business that's not yet established.
Okay, so you're sort of relating it back to the level of justification for the business. Okay, yes. Understood. I'll come to the appellant for a final word on that balancing exercise, if it's needed to be done.
Can I just say we've got all the houses up the top there, listed houses. No complaints, or they all want us to run the fishery there. Parish Council have approved us. No complaints from the Rambler Society. Have we had no complaints from anybody?
So lack of objection. You're highlighting. Yeah. Okay.
That's it, really.
Okay. Right. So I think that gives me an idea of what people are arguing in terms of harm, and what people are arguing in terms of the benefit of the proposal. Are there any other planning matters that anyone wants to raise that you feel that we've really not covered in the discussion up to this point before I go sort of round the table for a final word?
Well,
No. Okay.
Nothing else to raise.
Okay. So I think in that point, let me come to the appellants let me come to the council for a final word, just to check whether there's anything else that you want to say in sort of summing up where you feel we've got to with the discussion, and then I'll come to the appellants finally.
Right. I think we've had a fair airing of viewpoints today. From council's perspective, we still have those concerns about the proposed dwelling caravan, I should say, and whether that proposal does really meet the tests for functional need, essential need. Do remain, yes, do not feel convinced that those policy tests for the local plan and the MPPF and the practice guidance have been sort of fully met to justify a exception dwelling in this sort of countryside location.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schiller, do you want to give us a final word on behalf of your clients?
Yes, please. I think it's fundamental to point out that it's a temporary dwelling for a rural business, and the council has control under a 3-year temporary occupational tie for the land. It is a new business, and that's one of the reasons why the 3-year rule was introduced in the first place, is when they couldn't demonstrate 100% functional or 100% viability. It gave the opportunity for a new rural business to get off the ground. And I think that's the fundamental point here, is that's what Will and Julie are just trying to achieve. If at the end of the day it's not successful, the land will be restored back to normal, and that's it. If it is successful, then it's demonstrated that a good, viable business has been generated by the benefits of granting a temporary consent.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write my final word. Okay. Thank you. So I think I've understood everyone's cases, and I've understood the points that have been made. We still need to talk about conditions if I were to allow the appeal, but we'll take a break there. I could do with a cup of tea. Can we take a break till 5 to 4? And I think we'll still have time to finish the discussion at a reasonable time. So we'll adjourn there and resume at 5 to 4.
Okay. Thank you.
let's press on to item 6, which is conditions, which again, the fact we're discussing this doesn't indicate I've made up my mind. It's just to cover off understanding what conditions would be necessary if I was to allow the appeal. So I'm referring to the statement of common ground that was sent in section 8, which is a list of possible conditions, which as far as I know are agreed between the council and the appellant. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll use that as the basis for the discussions, but I've got a few questions about some of them. So 8 point, I'll use the paragraph numbers. 8.1 is a plans condition, so compliance with the plans. I've checked that list of plans against the plans I've got, so that's all the proposed plans, as it were, but not the existing plans, which I think is fine. Can I just pick up the point we got into a bit earlier about the design and the appearance of the mobile home? So there are obviously plans which show the appearance of the mobile home as proposed, but we have got this issue about overhanging eaves, not overhanging eaves, dimensions, and so on. So can I ask the council, are you feeling happy to rely on a plans condition for the design, or is there any need for a condition that sort of gets the design put to you for approval before it's actually installed?
Right to your question, I was thinking whether we'd take the plans as they are, but somehow word the condition saying that that cross section on drawing 3, because that's the one that has the eaves showing, whether that would somehow discount that because of the potential conflict with Caravan Act definition. But it's
a question of how you would word that.
Yes, I think there's potential for complex wording to say.
It does feel a little bit messy. I mean, if I were to feel it was necessary to, just because of the slight inconsistency in the plans, to say that the design of the mobile home should be submitted to the council for approval before it's installed, would that give the council any concerns? Clearly, you've got to then deal with the application.
I think it's a reasonable way to just allay any sort of potential oddities in terms of, is it caravan, is it not a caravan, and
we're not putting caravan regulations.
In a minute.
Yeah.
So potentially, from the council's point of view, okay, Mr. Pope, tell me what you want to say about the regulations.
We're not just put in caravan regulations.
That it would definitely be, because or we can get a surveyor to redo that drawing without those little overhangs. It'd be exactly the same drawing, but without those overhangs, because they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
But that drawing's not been in front of me at the moment, so then I'd be approving plans that are not approved. Mr. Schiller, what's your thought?
Could you not approve the caravan has to be in the form of the elevation drawings and the side drawings, because they don't show the overhang. The coloured ones. The coloured drawings don't show any overhang, and that fits within the parameters of the Caravan Act.
So that's you're effectively saying the same as Mr. Batham's. Find a way of focusing in on the plans that don't have that overhanging eaves.
Yeah, because that falls. I mean, I know those fall under the Caravan Act because it was raised before. So I mean, I don't know why the third set of drawings shows the overhang. I've no idea why that was ever implied, but I mean, the drawings, the coloured drawings, I like to call them,
I know
and that fits under a standard caravan that can be purchased, which is actually produced by a couple of different other manufacturers, and it comes in 2 sections, and it fits the criteria that it comes in 2 sections on the back of a lorry, and they're bolted together.
Right.
I
Okay.
mean, if you're required, we'll submit the drawing we'll submit the caravan to the council. I mean, it's
Yes, Mr. Bottoms.
Just offering a suggestion, pondering whether the condition, as where to say, for example, notwithstanding the cross-section detail on drawing 3, the caravan shall be as shown on the elevation drawings. If that's simpler way.
It might be, yeah. To effectively point to the correct drawings. I think you're both saying to me there may not be a need to send details in and get them approved, as long as it's clear that it's those elevation drawings that are the approved ones of the caravan.
Yeah.
Okay, I can take that away and think about it and work on that if necessary. Okay, so that's that one. And then 8.2, that's the condition which specifies a 3-year period, which you've confirmed is the period that's sought. That also covers restoration of the land. Now, there's no specific trigger for starting to restore the land as long as it's done before the end of the 3 years. Are you happy, or is the council happy, particularly from an enforcement point of view, that that's sufficiently precise to allow you to do what you need to do if necessary?
I think with hindsight, I think a time frame for when the restoration has to be complete would, I think, help with precision.
So let me check the wording. So I think at the moment the condition says on or before this date, which is the 3 years, the development carried out should be demolished or removed from the site and the land reinstated and restored to its former condition in accordance with a scheme which will be previously submitted to and approved in writing. So I think it's the time frame for submitting and getting a scheme approved so that you're confident it could be done by the date that I'm slightly questioning.
Yep.
one question I do have. The 3-year rule, normally councils want to have 3 years set of accounts if you're applying to retain or to make it permanent. Most of the councils ask you to have 3 years set of accounts first before you submit. I mean, there's no issue that if it's not profitable, restoring the land and all the rest, or removing it. But normally the 3-year rule in rural workers' dwellings is the council normally requests 3 years set of accounts.
So what are you saying the implications would be for that condition?
Well, if it has to be restored or put back before the 3 years, it's not allowing the appellants the opportunity of submitting to have it made permanent, because they have to demonstrate 3-year set of accounts. So if they have to restore the land and remove it before the 3 years, well, then they can't necessarily provide the council with 3-year set of accounts, because they have to, in effect, vacate the site. I was going to say if the wording could be if an application has gone in and not successful, then they'll remove the caravan. Or if the council allows me to submit an application prior to the 3 years, then that's fine. We'll do that.
Okay. Mr. Bashams, that was an agreed condition, so it's getting complicated.
Yeah, it is. I just realised I thought about it.
Let me hear from the council.
I've just thinking about something you mentioned in the discussions about biodiversity net gain as well, and I thought if you take the view that the unilateral or Section 106 agreement could be secured at the net gain condition stage, there's this sort of time lag, where if we're eaten into the 3 years, Yes.
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
3 years as written at the moment. It would be the permission would expire 3 years from the date of the decision. So at the beginning, you haven't got any time. Well, you'd have time for dealing with biodiversity net gain and getting that agreed, and then at the end, you've got the, as Mr. Schiller says, the potential need to submit 3 years worth of accounts if that's a normal requirement.
If the BNG can be dealt with by condition, then it's not so much of a problem with doing, I suppose, having it 6 years from the decision date, because you can move quite quickly on discharging conditions. It's a couple of months, give and take. But if you have to enter a section 106 with the council, that could easily take longer than a couple of months to do.
Mr. Pope, you wanted to say something?
Well, when you're saying the condition would start if we got the planning, but if the planning come late, I don't know when we get the decision, but we got to get property to do the groundworks, get the property there, hopefully before next year's breeding season. Because if we miss next year's breeding season,
puts you back a year.
That puts back another year on the books.
So, I mean, it sounds to me like you're all arguing for potentially longer than 3 years, but that's not the application that's in front of me at the moment.
Okay, if we leave the condition, can it not be in a scheme agreed with the council and put in a time, the council can work with us, so we're putting in a subsequent application. I suppose that will help. If we have within 3 years another application in, that would be acceptable to the council, to make it permanent.
So you're saying expires 3 years from the date of this decision, unless what? Unless
consent has been allowed for, planning permission has been granted for a permanent rural workers dwelling.
Council got any thoughts on that sort of approach?
I just think the word unless kind of just makes me, it's just because it starts to get a bit hypothetical in some ways, where I think, well, if a permanent dwelling wasn't quite justified, would we be wanting to assess another temporary year or another temporary consent? Yeah, so just looking to get the word into the condition. So with you said 3.5 years to the temporary consent, that just,
yeah,
I'm just thinking about the actual description of development. It doesn't try to define, it does say temporary rather than give a specific time period. So I think,
could you put in the restoration of the ground within 6 months of the 3 years, and that gives 6 months leeway to get another consent passed if the business is viable and functional.
So it's not just the restoring of the ground that's an issue, it's whether the mobile home is still there and still being occupied. So I'm slightly feeling there's more clarity at making it 3 years and 6 months. I wouldn't be saying that if the 3 years was really clearly specified in the application, but actually it didn't specify a period, it just said temporary. So I think there is possibly a bit of leeway to talk to you about a sensible period. So what if it was the condition as drafted in paragraph 8.2, but 3 years and 6 months from the date of decision rather than 3 years? And I mean, if that was what I did, I would explain a bit in the explanatory bit about conditions, what the thinking is there to sort of reflect the discussion we've just had. How does the council feel about that?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable alternative.
Mr. Schiller?
That's fair and reasonable.
Everyone's nodding, so that's a potential way forward to deal with the restoration and the issues we've talked about. Okay. Right. Then 8.3 is the district licensing condition for great crested newts. So I'm taking it that at the time of the previous appeal there was an issue about great crested newts. I'm taking it that the district licensing scheme has essentially provided a way forward on that front. Is that correct, Mr. Battams?
Yep. Yes, that's the way to address that previous issue.
And we've got a revised district licensing certificate dated the 24th of July. I've seen that. So I think that, and then I've checked that the wording is as recommended by Nature Space. So in terms of 8.3, I don't think I have any further questions on that. Condition in 8.4, so that's a second condition about great crested newt licensing. Nature Space didn't actually mention that condition in the revised certificate. So this is the one that says no development should take place except in accordance with the great crested newt mitigation principles. And in addition, compliance with works which might affect newt hibernacular may only be undertaken during the active period. That was on the original Nature Space certificate, but not on the latest one. Should it have been on the latest one?
No. The new one that came through said that something had changed last year, and it was no longer on an email that we had with the certificate attached to it. Which bear with me. Read the email.
Would the council have seen that email?
Yes, I have one at the end of July. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to take this opportunity to reintroduce the local. Please note. Oh no, apologies. That was one. That was the first one. Sorry, it's not the latest one. It's a different person. Although they've seen it, so.
So my question is basically just: is the condition in 8.4 still necessary?
No.
Yeah, I'd say according to the latest from Nature Space, 8.4 would appear superfluous now.
Yeah.
Okay. So is the council happy to rely on the latest communication from Nature Space and just whatever condition they proposed in there? Okay. Okay, fine. That makes sense. Okay, and then 8.5 would be the occupancy condition. The wording talks about the occupation of the temporary mobile unit / dwelling hereby permitted. I'm feeling it would be more precise just to say the temporary mobile home hereby permitted, as that's what's been applied for. Is that any concern about that?
No, that's fine.
Yep.
And then the wording ties occupation of the mobile home to this particular holding as opposed to agricultural workers generally. So are all parties happy that that's reasonable in the circumstances of the sort of temporary permission that's sought?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then 8.6, I mean, likewise, I would be inclined to say it should say temporary mobile home, not / dwelling, for the same reason, to be a bit more precise. And then, so I did wonder on 8.6, so this is the one that says, essentially, if the mobile home ceases to be occupied by people that are working on the holding, the mobile home should be removed from the site. It doesn't say anything about restoration of the site in those circumstances. Does it need to? If you would essentially, if you were to move out before the end of the 3 years.
Yeah, I would take the yes. Restoration should be included in that one, just for clarity's sake.
Okay, Mr. Schiller, are you happy with that? That would be appropriate if necessary.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then 8.7 is a landscaping condition. So the trigger for submitting a landscaping scheme is within 3 months of the date of the decision. I was just a bit curious why 3 months from the decision as opposed to, say, pre-commencement or pre-occupation. Is that the council's normal sort of approach to landscaping?
It can be to that pre-commencement or a certain trigger point. I think with this, I was thinking because there's a 3-year period, I imagine the applicants want to get on site fairly soon, so the landscaping is required to be details submitted within that 3-month timescale. It gives them flexibility for doing other works on site, but still. I
see what I mean. It actually helps things get going quicker. Right. Yes. I can understand the thinking. Is everyone else happy? Everyone happy with that 3-month trigger?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I wasn't entirely sure whether the condition as worded actually requires that the landscaping's carried out. So we've got details of a scheme to be submitted for approval with the timescale for planting. And then it skips to replacement of anything that dies. Don't think it actually says you have to plant anything.
Yes, I think they didn't. Yeah, in hindsight, I think the timescale for planting would be it's
implied with
implied. But yeah, it needs to be more expressly stated when it has to be done, when the planting is done.
They're usually worded within the next planting season, aren't they? With replacement plantings if something dies.
Yeah, so the replacement planting includes shall be replaced in the next planting season. And there's a timescale for planting. I think it maybe just needs a couple of words to say that timescale needs to be adhered to. And I mean, the only other thing I wondered on that one is, does the council feel that condition would need to include anything about hard landscaping, given we've got access road, parking, retaining wall? I think it just refers to soft landscaping as I'm reading it at the moment.
Rechecking the plans. Yeah, so drawing 3 does not say anything about what materials to be used for that access track. So yeah, I think the hard details of the hard landscaping would, I think, be justifiable for that part of
I
the
mean, if
condition.
it was within 3 months, details of a hard and soft landscaping scheme, would that
Yes.
is that okay from the appellant's point of view? Just so that there's any condition materials for retaining wall and so on, go through that process. Okay. And then I think that was the end of the things I wanted to ask about the conditions. There's one about external lighting being approved, if there's going to be any, and the parking spaces being provided. I didn't have any questions about either of those. So I think that probably brings us to the end of the conditions. Is there anything that anyone else has thought of on the conditions front as we've gone along that we need to discuss? Nope. Good. Right. So that concludes the conversation on conditions. Can I ask, are there any applications for costs?
Not for us, no.
That's a no. That's a no from the council.
No from the council.
Okay, thank you. In which case we can move straight on to making arrangements for the site visit. So we've got a time of 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for the site visit. Is that still okay with those that are coming? Yeah. Right, okay. Where should I meet you? Where's the best place to come to? So I've seen there's the A22. I've seen that there's an entrance gate, which I think is labelled Hallam Park Farm on Google Street View. Is that still there?
Yeah. So if you come up the concrete road, and then there's a sharp bend and an area there, we meet there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can look around that area.
Yeah.
And that's where the footpath is as well.
And one of the houses, Godfrey's, before you belong to us. Yeah.
So if we start there, where there's a sharp bend, and is there somewhere that I can leave my car and it's not going to be in people's way?
Yeah. And once we finish there, then we can go into the site.
Okay. Right. So I'll see you by the sharp bend on the road. I presume Mr. Battens, are you coming on the site visit for the council?
I will be.
So it'll be you, Mr. and Mrs. Pope. Okay.
I won't be there.
You won't
be my husband. No.
Sorry, I don't know why.
No, that's fine. No, not at all.
Okay, so I'm expecting there'll be 3 of us. Okay. So, and I think I need to emphasise, particularly because Mr. Schiller can't be on the site visit, I am coming to look around, not to carry on the discussion about how the ponds work and so on. So there may be a certain amount of, can you just show me where the ponds are? Yeah. But I won't be wanting to go into any discussion about how they all work and so on, because I think that wouldn't be fair. Okay, I think that's fine. Is there any sort of health and safety issues? I will bring strong shoes and sensible clothing for walking on a footpath and so on. Is there anything else that I need to know about?
No. The rest of it's just grass, and if it hasn't rained, but some little areas might be a bit muddy, but that's it.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. Right. I think that probably concludes the discussion. I will see those of you I'm seeing tomorrow morning. Thank you all for your contributions. It's quite intense doing this on screen, so thank you for sticking with it and contributing to the discussion. I'm happy that I've got what I need bar doing the site visit tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow, and I will close the hearing at that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.